If everyone would come in, take your seat. The convention's fixing to come to order. Everybody please come in, take a seat. Convention's fixing to come to order. The convention will come to order. With the flag of our nation in place, hand salute. 2. Please remain standing while I call on, for invocation, I call on National Chaplain Pastor Stan of Colorado. Ladies and gentlemen, please uncover.
Has God been good to you? And I pray He'll continue to be good to you. Please pray with me. Dear Heavenly Father, as we reconvene this meeting, we pray that yesterday's session was of benefit to many, and that we all have learned something from the speakers that we have had. We pray that we will be able to get something out of all those speakers yesterday, that we may take these back to our department, district, post, unit, and squadrons. And my last 3 words to you?
Go to church.
And all God's children said, amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaplain Pastor Stan. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain uncovered as Sergeant Arms Michael Griffith from Texas leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our country? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The convention is now in session. I would like to call our National Vice Commanders to join me on stage for our next presentation, which will be given by retired Navy Captain Louis Cavalieri of the Chaplain of the Chapel of the Four Chaplains Foundation.
Good morning, everyone. I give you greetings from the Chapel of Four Chaplains at the Philadelphia Navy Yard in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and also from my post 405, also in Philadelphia, from the great state of Pennsylvania, and I know you're somewhere in the audience here. So, the Chapel of Four Chaplains, in February 2023, we will remember the 80th anniversary of the sinking of the Dorchester and the 75th anniversary of the Chapel of Four Chaplains Memorial Foundation. As I begin my talks, I always begin with 2 things. Number 1, I thank all you veterans for your service. And number 2, for those of you who were in Vietnam, welcome home. And I also ask that you please remember the Veterans Crisis Line, 988 press 1. It just changed. And the reason why I say that, you'll be hearing that in my remarks very shortly. And please, we ask for your support for Resolution 22, which will be coming out of the Department of New Jersey, Resolution 22 to prevent veteran suicides. I am joined up here by my colleague Daniel Dunn, who is the State commander from the Department of New Jersey. New Jersey is just... I knew somebody was out there. So New Jersey is just a river across from Philadelphia, where the chapel is. And there's a bridge that connects Philadelphia with New Jersey, and it's called the Walt Whitman Bridge. And if you go up on that bridge at the very top, in the middle of the span, about 300 feet above the water, there's a sign up there. And it's a sign that says, "For suicides, call this number." Now, I never saw that sign until one day there was a big commotion at the top of the Walt Whitman Bridge. And somebody was up there who was trying to jump. A motorist stopped, realized what was going on. He saw the sign and called that number. That hotline called the Chapel of Four Chaplains and told us that there was a veteran at the top of the bridge who was going to jump. Well, we went up there and we tried to talk him down, and we did. But we found out that he wasn't a veteran, but he was the father of a veteran who was recently killed in Afghanistan. So we can see here that these stories affect the family. And if I've learned anything from working at the chapel all these years, it's the effect on the families. So today I'm here to induct your National Committee executive staff into the Legion of Honor of the Chapel of Four Chaplains. And that's for selfless service, because everybody here knows that the four chaplains gave up their life jackets and went down with the sinking Dorchester, a ship that sank in 20 minutes. And there's not a lot of time to think about it, about what you're going to do. I was very impressed with this year's theme of "You Be the One" and "No Vet Left Behind." And that's the way we look at it, because every day at the Chapel of Four Chaplains is Veterans Day or Memorial Day. And we want to be the one to help those veterans who need us. And we extend that to all of you. You all can be the one. You know, right about the time of the sinking of the Dorchester, Winston Churchill said this very famous line to rally his people. And nobody ever remembers this line, but they'll remember the story I'll tell you afterwards. Winston Churchill said, "We make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give." We make a life by what we give. When Winston Churchill was the Prime Minister, there was a person in Congress whose name was Lady Astor. She was the first female member of Parliament, and she never agreed with Winston Churchill. They always argued back and forth. And Winston would come back and get her all upset. So one day, Lady Astor said to Sir Winston, she was so flustered, she said, "Sir Winston, if I were married to you, I would put poison in your tea." To which Sir Winston replied, "Lady Astor, if I were married to you, I would drink it." So, please don't remember that story, but please remember the line of what he said was, "We make a life by what we give." And Paul Dillard from Texas, James Kujera from California, Gerald Wilson from Ohio, Angel Narvaez from Puerto Rico, Corey Bates from Rhode Island, and Michael Mitrione from Virginia have done just that. They have made a life by what they have given, not only to the Legion, but also to all of those veterans who are in need. So, I ask you all now to please remember, press 988, press 1, to remember the sacrifice of the four chaplains, and to remember those Gold Star families, some of whom are standing at the top of the Walt Whitman Bridge, who need our help. I ask you all to please stand. We all know the legacy of the four chaplains, and it's my pleasure to induct the National Committee and your commander into the Chapel of Four Chaplains, Legion of Honor, remembering the heroic sacrifice of the 4 chaplains on February 3rd, 1943. Thank you.
The Legion of Honor Bronze Medallion from the Chapel of the 4 Chaplains is granted for extraordinary contributions to the well-being of others at the national or world level, to world peace, or to interfaith or interethnic understanding. The medallions are being presented by Chapel of the 4 Chaplain Foundation Board Chairman Louis Cavalieri. They are being awarded to National Commander Paul E. Dillard, National Vice Commander Gerald W. Wilson, National Vice Commander Angel O. Narvaez, National Vice Commander James T. Higuera, National Vice Commander Michael F. Mitrione, and National Vice Commander Corey D. Bates.
I forgot one thing. Go Navy and Semper Fi. You can all sit. Thank you.
It was a truly humbling experience. When you're walking up there, the soldiers wear metal shoes, so you could see the rust lines from previous soldiers. And it just reminds me of how many people came before us and just the honor it is to walk amongst them. And it really made me feel small, but in the best way possible, because we're really a collection of people in America, of all different types of people. And it just made me realize the togetherness we experience as Americans, and just honoring people who came before us and the sacrifices they made, because we can never honor them enough. We never really can.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ceremony that you're about to witness is an Army Green Flag ceremony to be conducted by the American Legion. Thank you.
I thought that I was going to be pretty unprepared. I was a little bit nervous to uphold the level of respect that is required here. But luckily the guards here did a great job walking me through the process. And I came out very happy with the result and feeling like a great sense of awe at the moment. I saw an incredible amount of discipline and precision from the guards here. And for me, it was just the lack of individualism between all of the guards was truly like a great sign of respect for all of the lives lost and the unknown soldiers that are mentioned here in this grave. For me, it's just how I myself and the other youths here at this camp can carry on that respect in the future. Laying the wreath for me is a sign of laying down my own service as I move forward with this camp, with Boys Nation, and in my life.
I have an announcement again to make. You may have noticed in the back of this hall is a booth. It is an informational booth about the American Legion 1919 Society. I recommend you visit the booth during breaks and when you get the chance. It will be here throughout the convention. You may see why so many generous donors strongly believe that our Veterans and Children's Foundation is a program worth supporting. Remember, we only like $209,000 making my goal. so give often. Thank you.
My name is Mindy King. I'm a Legion and Auxiliary member since I've been in the Army, so close to 20 years or so. A couple years ago when they first started the 100 Miles of Hope, we started and got involved in it. It was more of a race between the boys and Grandpa since we were in two different locations. It gave us an excuse to get out and go walk, get on the bikes, whatever. Grandpa won the last challenge, so the boys are dead set that they're gonna beat Grandpa this time. Participating in the challenge definitely encourages us to get out, especially when the weather's not the greatest. So that's a good challenge. It also is a chance to get out and check out different hikes and locations, and we get to, the kids pick up the tracks along the way or different bugs. It's a learning opportunity too, so 2 for 1. It allows them to get outside of the books and the square box of what is traditionally a classroom. But one thing that I think is very important as far as the challenge goes is it gives a connection to a lot of these veterans, whether they're still in the service or whether they're out now. And that's something that a lot of veterans struggle with, is having that connection, knowing that they have a support system. And now, they've added the fundraising aspect to it, where it's going towards veterans and their families who need assistance. And so with that being a strong core value of the Legion, I think it's very important to be involved in things like this, not just to be out and about and to get exercise, but to also make people aware of other resources that are out there that they may not be aware of. The Legion as a whole, I think for a number of years has been seen as a certain type of community, but there's a lot of the posts that are really trying to change that aspect and make it more family friendly. And I think that's a good thing to be able to continue the Legion, but also with events and things like this where the families can get out and participate in it. Events like this definitely help with spreading that awareness.
Our next guest speaker is a senior global security and international affairs executive who specializes in emerging security threats and challenges. He has previously served as the Director of Veterans and Military Affairs with the U.S. World War I Centennial Commission. He is a retired U.S. Army officer with a Master's in Political Science and International Relations from Northeastern University. He is speaking on behalf of the America 250 Foundation. Our nation will be celebrating a very significant birthday in 4 years. Please welcome David Hammond.
Good morning, Commander Dillard, officers of the Legion, distinguished guests, fellow Legionnaires, ladies and gentlemen. Today I greet you in the name of the National Semi-Quincentennial Commission and the America 250 Foundation. Created by Congress, the Commission and the Foundation are preparing for 2026. In 2026 and beyond, the Commission and Foundation, its officials, and its members will guide and help all Americans to observe the 250th anniversary of our great country. Many of you in the audience will recall the 200th anniversary in 1976. The celebration was steeped in the history of our nation's founding. Nearly every American community back then held a local celebration with fireworks, food, and fun for all ages. And who can forget the sight of those magnificent tall ships entering New York Harbor and the Liberty train that went from coast to coast with replica of the Liberty Bell. Well, now it's time to commemorate another historic milestone in our country's history, and I come before you today to ask the Legion to join the America 250 movement. This mission of the 250th Foundation is to join all of those commemorating the independent spirit of our nation in honor of the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence by supporting various programs and partnerships as varied and vibrant as our country, and to welcome today's generation to see and celebrate our people and our history and places in new ways. We will endeavor to rise to the calling of our highest democratic ideals. By constructing a legacy of meaningful impact that endures beyond 2026, we will engage as many Americans as possible, reaching across the states of Native American tribal nations and each U.S. territory to empower all to serve and give back to their communities. Our stated objectives are to first lead the country in celebrating the diversity of American life and our common humanity. Second, to deepen our understanding of American history and striving towards our highest ideals. And lastly, to inspire a new movement of civics and civic education to build a collective future. Our path to 2026 and beyond follows three complementary phases: engagement through public outreach, to build a crescendo of programs that deepen our understanding of history, celebrate the diversity of American life, inspire civics engagement, and build an enduring legacy that lasts beyond 2026. Through a combination of America 250 national signature programs, national partnerships with organizations such as the American Legion, state and local programs led by communities, states, territory partnerships, and most importantly at the grassroots level via local affiliates, chapters, and posts, associations of all member-based organizations, we will engage millions of Americans. We are counting on local governments and organizational programming to be the primary entry point for many Americans in this engagement and celebration. Planning proceeds apace as we establish national partnerships with a variety of nonprofit, commercial, and governmental entities. You can see by this slide the current status of state and territorial-based partnerships. By year's end, we will have over 30 state partnerships with the equivalent organizational offices in the capital cities of the states. As of today, we have held meaningful conversation with each state and territory and continue to guide them on setting up their own offices by providing proclamations and model legislation. The state organizations will be key to planning and execution of many of the collective activities and larger events. It is hoped that the state organizations will develop their own community networks and begin the conversation among their own citizens. Each state will be unique in how it sets up its own programming and milestones. Through our America 250 Veterans, Military, and Family Member Advisory Council, in which the American Legion has a standing member, we are the pathfinders in establishing national recognition for service, sacrifice, and the role that military service plays in modeling the traits of leadership, citizenship, and the everyday contributions of veterans, military, and family members who help build their own local communities. The council is made up of 14 diverse members representing a cross-section of veterans, military, and family member interests, led by 2 retired major generals and with the advice of ex officio from the Department of Defense and the Veterans Administration. We're providing the foundation, 250 officers and the semi-quincentennial commissioners advice on how our various military communities should be recognized by National Commission during the commemoration. It is the stated objective of our advisory council to officially recognize in a material way every living veteran during the commemoration. And further, to create and ensure meaningful special service tribute paid to all active duty reserve component service members and military families everywhere. To accomplish this, we need the advice and the guidance and the contributions of all veteran service and military service organizations. It is our vision that on July 4th in 2026, every community across the United States will have a celebration organized and led by veterans and military members. A hometown celebration unlike any other. With the aid of the Department of Defense, every continental U.S. military base, every overseas base, and all the ships at sea will hold their own celebratory events. 250 years young. To accomplish these ambitious goals, we need your help. The Legion's storied and cherished place in American history, its unique program on Americanism, and the valued and trusted role Legion posts play in every community make you a critical asset as we plan this national commemoration. The Legion's exemplary record of bringing national issues to the attention of the citizenry is needed as we plan for 2026. So please join us in this journey. Reach out to us, to your local and state governments that are organizing their own commemoration activities, to your post leadership. Create planning committees, especially at the grassroots level. Volunteer your time. Involve your local institutions, including your schools. We want to hear from you. Please send us your ideas on how and why the organization should observe the commemoration. How will you celebrate? You can reach me at this address or via the A250 website or through the National Public Affairs Outreach Office here. Also from your Americanism folks that I've met recently, or you can write me at this address, dhammond@america250.org. And finally, I want to close this morning with a very special thank you. As a former member of staff of the United States World War I Centennial Commission, the Legion Public Affairs staff provided tremendous support during our commemoration. More importantly, I enjoyed meeting the many members of the legacy posts named after World War I veterans across the country. Leading up to the years of the commemoration and the opening of the National World War I Memorial at Pershing Park in our nation's capital. As you can see by this photo, every evening a volunteer bugler in a doughboy uniform from the organization Taps for Veterans plays taps at the memorial. In 2024, the Bronze Wall, A Soldier's Journey, will complete in magnificent style the long overdue tribute to the nearly 7 million men and women who served and sacrificed on that forgotten war. Please visit the memorial, the newest and becoming one of the most popular memorials in Washington, D.C. Thanks to all of you for your support in that endeavor. And thank you for allowing me to speak to you today on the 250th anniversary of our country.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the American Legion Hillsdale Post 53 Running for Heroes Tunnel to Towers Run. What's going to happen at 8:46 is we're going to stand down here and begin the ceremony. That's the moment of impact on the first tower.
Well, we always do a fall 5K, and earlier this spring we were looking at an idea, like a theme as to who would benefit from our 5K, our fall 5K. So we always do them to benefit another nonprofit. We never do it as a fundraiser for our own post. And me as a post 9/11 veteran who went in 2005, I just thought it'd be a really great idea to get a hold of the Tunnel Towers Foundation in New York City and see if we could do something that benefited them, and they were all about it. And then, you know, the other half's going to our local county fire association, who's a great group of, it's mostly volunteer fire departments here in rural Hillsdale County, and they do a lot of great things with the staff that they have. So the 5K, if you look at the Tunnel to Towers, right, the Stephen Seiler's Tunnel to Towers, a lot of the FDNY responding units who were heading to the World Trade Center on 9/11, 2001, they got bogged down in traffic and actually dismounted from their trucks and grabbed equipment and ran on foot the rest of the way to the World Trade Center to try and save as many lives as they could. So to do a proper Tunnel to Towers and have the county fire departments out here running in gear, just kind of reliving what their brethren went through, it was important to us to kind of relive that ceremony and pay that homage to them. So the Field of Flags behind me is set up by Hillsdale College's Young Americans for Freedom, I believe, YAF, their chapter. They come and they set all these flags up. Hillsdale College normally has their own 9/11 ceremony up there where they'll have all these flags set up, and they have one for every person who perished on 9/11, whether they be firefighter, police officer, paramedic, or civilian. I think the area in general is proud of its American Legions, whether it be Post 53, Post 195, or Post 360. They're very supportive of us and everything that we're doing, and obviously as much as we can do, what we can do to engage with the community and be a part of the community as Hillsdale County's veterans, I think they see that as an important symbol as well, that we're still continuing that service beyond service.
To the line, and we go on the cannon. 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to Shelby, North Carolina, home of the 2022 American Legion World Series. Eight teams have arrived here in Shelby, North Carolina. One will be crowned champion.
In addition to saving lives in documented incidences of Firefighter with Clinton Fire Department in Iowa, our next award recipient has volunteered as a first responder and training officer with the Charlotte Volunteer Fire Department in his hometown. An example of his bravery occurred during a house fire on May 23, 2019. Entering a window of a burning home, the fire department lieutenant found an unresponsive resident lying on the floor. Despite significant flames, our award winner and his fellow members of his team were able to rescue the victim, who would be hospitalized and ultimately survive his injuries. He has been a member of the CDF since 2009 and holds an associate's degree in fire science with Kirkwood Community College. Please welcome our 2022 National Firefighter of the Year, Lieutenant Ryan Winkler.
This is to certify that the American Legion has bestowed the title of National Firefighter of the Year upon Ryan T. Winkler for outstanding selfless service over and above normal duties through community service and professional achievement, thereby exemplifying the meaning of the phrase, America's bravest. You reflect great credit upon yourself, the Clinton Fire Department, and firefighters everywhere.
Thank you to the American Legion for honoring me with this award. It is difficult for firefighters to accept awards as individuals, and this is no different. For the 2 lives that were saved in the nomination letter submitted, were not saved by me alone and could not have been saved by me alone. All my life, I have been part of various teams, whether it was in football, wrestling, track, or Boy Scouts. And when I was a young man, I knew I wanted to be a part of a team, and the fire service is a passionate team to be a part of. The credit for this award goes to the teams that I was a part of. And those in particular, on those particular days, the members include Riley Bly, Jordan Moore, Ryan Pryor, Alex Selnaw, Ben Johnson, and Austin Peterson. Without any of the team members working together to achieve a common goal, I would not be standing here to receive this award, and they deserve all of the credit. I would like to thank the Charlotte Fire Department. Charlotte is where I was given the opportunity to start my career in the fire service as a junior member, and currently is where I live in a town of 350 people. When I started 18 years ago, I would never have thought a kid from a small town could win an award like this, the National Firefighter of the Year. Charlotte Fire Department provided me with a great start in this career and has provided for many others as well. Next, I'd like to thank the City of Clinton Fire Department. 13 years ago, they provided me with an opportunity as a full-time paid firefighter, literally a dream come true. When I started, it was a pretty rough go and seemed like I failed at every aspect in the job almost every day. Looking back, my favorite saying is to say, I don't mind learning things the hard way, I just wish it wasn't every time. But all of my failures I've learned from and grew into a better firefighter. The Clinton Fire Department is a great place to work, and I have loved it every day. I would also like to give a shout out to my shift, the C shift, the fire dogs. It's a privilege and an honor to serve you as a lieutenant on the C shift. I know going into any situation with you guys, we will always come out accomplishing the goal because of our teamwork. The last team I'm honored to be a part of is the team that has been with me since the beginning and is the team that is here today, my family out in the front row. To all of my parents, you have been here supporting me, encouraging me to push myself to be the best possible version of myself that I could be. Supporting the decision to enter the fire service. I'm not sure my mother knows what I actually do or how dangerous it is, and I'm not sure she really wants to know. And to my children, Braden, you are a fearless little boy with a huge personality, and no matter how long of a day I had at work, I light up when I hear you yelling Daddy as I walk through the door and hear your feet scurrying across the floor to give me a big hug. Ruth, you may only be 2 weeks old, but your dad loves you more than you could ever imagine. I can't wait to see the kind of daughter you grow up to be. You may keep us awake at night right now, but I love every minute of it, and thank you for coming into our world. And finally, and most importantly, to my wife, Callie. We have been through a lot in almost 10 years together as a couple, from leukemia, melanoma, infertility, and going through a line of duty death. January 5th, 2019 changed our lives forever. We lost Lieutenant Eric Hosette, one of my close friends, and a member of both Charlotte and Clinton Fire Department. The spouses of the members of both departments didn't receive enough credit for what they went through in 2019. I myself battled mental health issues using alcohol as a coping mechanism, and this was post-traumatic stress. Callie was always there supporting me and letting me fight the battle the way I needed to. You could say she was the bumpers on a bowling alley, just keeping me out of the gutter and moving forward. She was there on the other end to help lift me up and transition into post-traumatic growth. I love you very much, and I certainly would not be here without your unwavering support. I may be the one receiving this award, the American Legion 2022 National Firefighter of the Year, but the award would not be possible without the teams mentioned above. And all of the credit goes to every single one of those team members mentioned. Thank you.
Our Law Enforcement Officer of the Year is unable to be with us. We would like to acknowledge his accomplishments. He is a sheriff with more than 35 years' experience, a graduate of the University of Richmond and the FBI's National Academy. He was recognized by Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell and Terry McAuliffe for his service and expertise. He was appointed to the Governor's Task Force on Prescription Drug and Heroin Abuse, as well as the Governor's Board of Juvenile Justice. In 2020, he was selected as the American Legion Department of Virginia Law Enforcement Officer of the Year. Our National Law Enforcement Officer of the Year is Sheriff David R. Hines, and we thank him for his service.
Nominated by President Biden, our next guest was confirmed by the Senate and sworn in as the 11th Secretary of Veterans Affairs on February the 9th, 2021. He previously served as White House Chief of Staff for President Obama. During the confirmation hearings for his current position, he said, "There is no more sacred obligations nor noble undertaking than to uphold our promises to our veterans, whether they came home decades ago or days ago." His leadership and advocacy were important factors in the passage and enactment of the Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson Honoring Our Pact Act, which will indeed help VA and our country uphold the promises made to our veterans. Please give a warm welcome to the Honorable Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Dennis R. McDonough.
Good morning, everyone, and what a terrific showing by the American Legion, by Legionnaires. Commander Dilliard, Paul, thank you for that kind introduction, and more importantly, for your courageous service in Vietnam and your devotion to veterans and their families in these decades since. Auxiliary President Kathy Dodistel, good morning, and thank you for lifting up America's hidden heroes, veterans caregivers, Commander Mike Fox, and all the sons of the American Legion. Congratulations on your 50th National Convention and your 90th birthday. And Shenin, good to see you. Good to see that you escaped the Beltway for a few days. I really appreciate you and your partnership. There are so many here deserving of recognition, deserving of our deep gratitude, but none more deserving than America's veterans. You Legionnaires and your families, caregivers, and survivors, my deepest thanks to all of you for your service, your selflessness, and your courage. You are the heart of this country, and you're the heart of everything we do at VA. And it's always, always inspiring to be with you. And it's especially nice to be back up in this neck of the woods, not too far from my old stomping grounds in Stillwater, Minnesota, about 250 miles west of here. As a young man back in 1988, which seems like yesterday, although it doesn't look like yesterday, I played Legion baseball in Bayport, Minnesota, for Post 491. And coming to a baseball town like this one, so close to home, I'm reminded of the legends of Legion baseball and what has given this country, like Navy vet Bob Feller, Ted Williams, Navy vet of World War II, Marine vet in Korea. And since we're in Milwaukee, we can't forget the 1964 American Legion Baseball Player of the Year, Army vet, Hall of Famer, and Brewer alumnus, Raleigh Fingers. And pitching these days for the Brew Crew is Brandon Woodruff, who played American League Baseball for Post 49 in Tupelo. Winning pitcher against the Cubs on Saturday, in fact, and beating the Cubs is it's not that big a deal, actually. It's often said that there's nothing more American than baseball, but the American Legion damn sure gives baseball a run for its money. My point here is that Legion Baseball is just one of the so many ways that you are part of the very fabric of this country. And the contributions the Legion has made to veterans and this country over the years is incalculable. Planting the seed that grew into the Department of Veterans Affairs that we have today. Giving vets and families the GI Bill of Rights that fueled the greatest generation and is still investing in our country's future. Over $410 billion in GI Bill education benefits to 27 million vets and their families, and that's just so far. And as the past year demonstrates, the Legion is fighting harder and harder for vets, from zeroing out Legion's nearly 5,000 legacy appeals claims to buddy checks during the pandemic, which touched well over 234,000 vets at a time when they needed that compassionate outreach the most, to the nearly 5,000 vets you helped get jobs, to the more than $700,000 in legacy scholarships and nearly $500,000 in national scholarships for the next generation of great Americans. Now, I could go on, and you know, but the bottom line is this. The American Legion, well, you're awesome. Some of our nation's premier advocates for vets, their families, and really for all Americans. So I thank you for all you've done, for your partnership, and for all I know that you'll keep doing in the future. Now, I want to talk today about what we've done at VA over the past year since I saw you last, and what we're going to do over the next year to deliver for vets. I know that it hasn't been an easy year for anyone, but that just means that our shared mission has never been more important than it is right now. And I'm proud to say that together with the American Legion, we're stepping up for vets, and we're delivering. Since the president took office, we've delivered more care and more benefits to more veterans than any time in our nation's history. When it comes to delivering the benefits that vets have earned and deserved, we're processing veteran claims faster than ever before. And we've worked together to get the claims backlog down to the lowest total in years. When it comes to honoring vets with the lasting resting place they deserve, we're now providing almost 94% of vets with access to burial sites within 75 miles of their homes. And we've expanded our Veterans Legacy Memorial Program, which keeps veteran stories alive long after they're gone, to about 4.5 million vets. When it comes to providing world-class health care to veterans and their families, study after study shows that we're delivering better health outcomes for veterans than the private sector, which is why 90% of vets now trust us to deliver their care. And when it comes to advocating for vets, with your support, the president's leading the way by making veterans a core part of his unity agenda, something that we can all agree on, no matter what our party, including securing the biggest budget proposal for vets in VA history, delivering the first toxic exposure presumptives for vets who have fought our wars for the past 30 years, and most importantly, signing, with Paul Dillard right there over his shoulder, the historic PACT Act into law. And look, all that work, every bit of it, adds up to the one statistic that will always matter most: veterans' lives saved, veterans' lives improved by the work that we, VA and American Legion, do together. We've made these strides for vets by asking ourselves 3 core questions every day we come to work, every time we make a decision, and every time we set a goal. First, are we putting vets at the center of everything we do? That means making VA easy for vets to use, with projects like new VA mobile apps that give vets access to their benefits right there on their phones. It means making sure that every pathway into VA is a front door to all VA services, so vets can access all that we have to offer, all that they have earned. And it means making sure that we're delivering for vets on time, every time, through projects like claims automation, which is cutting claims processing for certain conditions from several months to several days. The second question we ask ourselves is, are we improving outcomes for veterans with everything we do? That means timely access to world-class care, health care, earned benefits, and the lasting resting places that vets deserve, no matter what. It's not us are the ultimate judges of our success. And the third question we ask ourselves goes back to something that President Biden charged VA to do on the day I was sworn in. He said, your job description's simple. He says, you got to fight like hell for vets, their families, caregivers, and survivors. Fight like hell. So we use that charge, that question, to guide us every day. Are we doing everything we can for those who fought for us? That's our North Star. That's how we've gotten where we are, and that's how we'll get where we're going for vets, their families, caregivers, and survivors. Let me give you a couple of examples. First, we're fighting like hell to maximize access to world-class care for vets across America. That's why we will stop at nothing to make sure that veterans have the best possible experience wherever they access VA care, at home, in the community, or at the VA. For those getting their care at home, we're meeting vets where they are by doubling down on telehealth and teleappeals. We're also supporting our caregivers, who are critical to helping veterans age at home, by expanding the program of comprehensive assistance this October to cover every generation of veteran. And by changing our policies to allow even more veterans and their caregivers into the program so they get the support they need, the support you've earned. For vets who are getting care in the community, we're making sure that their experiences are as timely and seamless as possible, so they get care they need wherever they live, when they need it. And for those getting their care directly from VA, we're going to modernize our facilities, as we just talked about in the backstage, because vets in the 21st century should not be forced to receive care in early 20th century buildings. Instead, we need to build a VA healthcare system with the right facilities in the right places to provide the right care in every part of the country, including our rural community. And that's exactly what we're going to do. And look, the bottom line with access is the same as ever. Vets who receive their care at VA do better. Our VA clinicians know veterans, in many cases are veterans, and there is nobody better at caring for veterans than they are. Just look at the statistics. Vets who come to the VA emergency rooms by ambulance are 20% more likely to survive in the following 30 days than those who were transported to private hospitals. 20%. So please, whenever vets come to you asking where they should get their care, send them to us. Because I promise you, we're going to get them the world-class care that they've earned. Next, we're fighting like hell to end veteran homelessness, a phrase that I believe should not exist in America. Our focus here is on two simple goals: getting vets into homes and preventing them from falling into homelessness in the first place. And we're making progress, real progress. Last October, for example, we set two ambitious goals to address veteran homelessness in LA, where there are more homeless vets than anywhere else in America. The first goal was to get all of the roughly 40 homeless veterans living on Veterans Row, a homeless encampment outside our hospital in West LA, into housing. The second was to get 500 vets in LA into housing by the end of the year, making sure they are home for the holidays. I'm proud to say that with your help, we not only accomplished those goals, we exceeded them. And that was just the beginning. Nationwide this year, we're going to get 38,000 veterans into homes. 38,000 veterans. We're not going to try to do it. We're not going to take our best shot at doing it. With your help, we're going to do it. In fact, 3/4 of the way through the year now, we've permanently housed 22,500 homeless vets, on track to meet, if not exceed, that goal. And look, as we continue to get this done, we'll be driving hard on prevention too by increasing the housing supply, by making existing housing more affordable, and by getting every veteran the wraparound services, mental health care, substance abuse disorder care that they need. Because no veteran should be homeless in the country they fought to defend, not one, and we will deliver for them together. Third, here we are on the eve, as we just discussed backstage, of National Suicide Prevention Month. And we're fighting like hell to prevent veteran suicide. And I appreciate so deeply the work of the Legion on this issue, and I know that you'll be delving into this topic a little bit later. You've seen VA's most recent report on veteran suicides in 2019. That's the most recent year we have data for. A couple big things stand out to me from that report. First, more than 6,000 veterans died by suicide in 2019. It's devastating, unacceptable. And this is why the work that you do and we do is so critical. But that report also reminded me of something else, which is that suicide prevention is possible, that there is hope. Because there were 399 fewer veteran suicides in 2019 than there had been in 2018, the biggest decrease in 20 years. That's 399 vets who are alive today getting a second chance at life. Nothing matters more than that. So we're looking to build on that momentum together by providing first-of-their-kind grants to suicide prevention organizations on the ground in communities
where communities know their vets and what they need best. By rolling out 988, the new National Suicide Prevention Lifeline that connects vets quickly and directly to the Veteran Crisis Line by dialing 988, then pressing 1. By continuing to offer mental health sessions to vets who want them, making sure that they get their mental health care exactly when they need it, where they want it, and not a second later. By ramping up our lethal means safety efforts to prevent warning signs from turning into tragedies, and much, much more, including supporting the Legion and Be the One. And let me just say how grateful I am for your Be the One campaign. It empowers everyone to save the life of a vet who may be at risk. Because it will make a difference. I know it will make a difference. I have seen it make a difference. A few weeks ago, I spoke with a veteran named Amanda Barbosa. Amanda's been through a lot. And at what she remembers as the lowest point of her life, she came to the VA clinic at Fort Benning. She said, VA saved my life and turned it around completely. Well, today, Amanda's doing great. She's powerful, she's striving. There's nothing more important than that. And what's so incredibly beautiful about Amanda's journey is that she's now devoted to saving other veterans' lives. I'll tell you more about that in a minute. Suicide prevention is the Legion's #1 priority. And at VA, we're right there with you. It is our top clinical priority, bar none. And together, we're going to keep saving vets' lives, help them not only survive, but to thrive, just like Amanda Barbosa is doing. Fourth, we're continuing to fight like hell to make sure that all vets feel welcome and safe at VA. Not some vets, all vets. That means getting women vets, our fastest growing cohort of vets, the care they've earned and the care they deserve. Means making sure that LGBTQ+ vets feel supported and well served by every part of VA. It means investigating, identifying, and eliminating any racial disparities that exist at VA, setting up processes to prevent them in the future. It means helping non-citizen vets stay in the US, where they belong, and making sure that eligible deported vets or vets living overseas have access to VA benefits. And it means delivering care and benefits to those with other than honorable discharges too. Because at VA, we don't just serve some vets. We serve all vets. And for too long, too many vets who have fought around the world to protect our rights and freedoms, my rights and freedoms, have had to fight brutal battles here at home for their own rights and freedoms. But at VA, those battles are over. They're over. No veteran is going to have to fight to get the quality care and benefits they've earned, no matter where they are, who they are, whether they live in a rural community or in a city, where they're from, or who they love. And last, but in no way least, we're fighting like hell to deliver for toxic exposed veterans. You know, Commander Dillard testified to Congress earlier this year that the purpose of the American Legion is to ensure our vets aren't forgotten after the fighting is over. Paul, you're standing by those words. You're living those words. American Legion is standing by those words. And as a result of that commitment and your actions behind it, the actions of everybody in this hall, you helped see to it that the PACT Act made it to the President's desk and became law that will deliver care and benefits to millions of toxic exposed veterans and their survivors. Listen, so many of you know from your own first-hand experience that while vets were out fighting for us, many were breathing in toxic fumes from burn pits and other sources. And then months, maybe even years later, developed conditions that followed you home from war. that impacted your lives. In too many cases, took the lives of those you served alongside and loved long after the guns fell silent. Now it's our job as a nation to provide you, your families, your survivors with the benefits and care for those conditions. With American Legion's enduring strong support, that's exactly what we're doing. It's a monumental moment for you, for VA, and most importantly, for all the vets we serve. Because with this new law, VA has recognized that more than 20 new presumptions of service connection for toxic exposure-related conditions. So vets living with those conditions will get the care and the benefits they deserve. We'll bring generations of new vets into VA healthcare and increase the healthcare benefits of many more. And that will result in better health outcomes across the board. We'll deliver benefits to more survivors of vets who pass away from toxic exposure, and we'll invest in our workforce and infrastructure to deliver those additional services. We just talked backstage about a new outpatient clinic in rural Iowa. Well, this new law will help us modernize 31 more VA healthcare clinics. All told, this is one of the biggest expansions of VA benefits in history. That's a great thing, a great thing. And it would not have happened without your hard work, without the American Legion's hard work. But like anything else of this importance and magnitude, implementing it and executing it won't be easy. So we're going to continue relying on your help, especially in communicating to Legionnaires and all your fellow vets what this new law means for them and their families. So please, share these messages with any veteran or survivor you know. First, we at VA want veterans and survivors to apply for their PACT Act benefits right now. Right now. August 11th, the day after the PACT Act was signed into law, our all-time high for online disability compensation claims was met. And we need to build on that momentum. Keep breaking records for vets. Second, and I want to be very clear on this point because it's an important one, the conditions in the PACT Act were supposed to take effect over the next few years, but we're not going to do that. Veterans have waited too long for this care and these benefits already, and we're not going to make them wait any longer. So instead of phasing in the conditions over the coming years, we're making all conditions outlined in the PACT Act presumptive August 10th, the day Paul Dillard stood on the riser with the president in the state dining room and he signed the bill. All presumptives operative as of August 10th. And VA will begin processing PACT Act benefits on January 1st, which is the earliest possible date. Third, any veteran, family member, or survivor can learn about the PACT Act at va.gov/PACT or calling 1-800-MyVA411. That's va.gov/PACT and 1-800-MyVA411. 1-800-698-2411. So that's exactly what every veteran needs to know about the PACT Act. And we will really need your help communicating it, because we want every veteran, every single veteran, to get the care they need and the benefits they deserve, the benefits they have earned. And we will not rest until they do. So, from access to ending homelessness to suicide prevention to the PACT Act, that's where we're going. That's how we're going to fight like hell for vets, their families, caregivers, and survivors. And remember Amanda Barbosa, whom I mentioned a minute ago. One of the millions of vets we're all fighting for. I'll close by sharing the rest of her story. Today, Amanda's well, healthy, strong, And she's fighting like hell for her husband, Raphael, and for millions of vets like him. You see, Raphael's a Marine vet and an Army vet. He's one of the vets exposed to toxins when he was deployed to Afghanistan, to Iraq, and Kuwait. Just 2 years after he was honorably discharged, Raphael and his family were hit with some devastating news. Raphael got a cancer diagnosis. Well, Amanda started caring for Raphael, filed his VA claim, and 3 weeks later, they had a decision. 100% service connection. But for Amanda, her fight didn't end there. She saw other battles ahead, battles for millions of vets like Raphael who may have been exposed to toxins. She'll tell you that that's what she learned advocating for Raphael, and that's made her a stronger, better advocate for vets. And with her strength, her fortitude, her unyielding devotion to vets, she's done amazing work. In fact, I first met Amanda at the U.S. Capitol earlier this month. She's one of those tough-as-nails vets who was spending nights on the steps of Congress, enduring the oppressive heat, humidity, and pounding thunderstorms until the PACT Act passed the Senate. And I saw her again at the White House when President Biden signed the PACT Act. Met her and Raphael's 13-year-old son, Walker, who was as excited about the PACT Act as just about anybody because of what it means for vets' kids. And as Amanda sees it, it's her great privilege to stand with vets and their families to help save lives just like you do at the American Legion every single day. It's my privilege to know Amanda, to have met her. And it's my privilege and my honor to know you, to stand with all of you, and to fight for you, and to fight for our vets. Commander Dillard, thanks for the kind invitation. And from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of every vet we serve, my thanks for all you do for helping make sure that vets like Amanda and Raphael receive the care and benefits they've earned and deserve, because together it's our job to serve vets every bit as well as they've served us. God bless you all. God bless our nation's service members, our veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. Thank you.
Before our next segment, would those who are receiving department membership awards make your way to the center of the backstage area by going over this exit sign to enter the backstage area. Thank you.
Campaign is around one focal area, and that being how do we destigmatize veterans asking for help.
I would just encourage everyone to be the one. You could be the one. And it's as easy as going to legion.org and getting someone connected with a crisis hotline.
This Be the One campaign and all the other things that the Legion does, all the other VSO services, all the other lobbying services, all the healthcare services, all that stuff is incredibly critical, and we need every ounce of it.
I'm here presenting a City County Council proclamation, a proclamation recognizing and honoring the commemoration of the Be the One campaign.
So we partnered with the American Legion, the Be the One campaign. Essentially, $1 from every bottle sale goes back to the American Legion and their campaign. You know, I've lost several guys through suicide over the last 15 years. And it always makes me wonder what could I have done, one more phone call or one more interaction, could that have helped save them? So, yeah, I think that's a great cause, proud to be a part of it, and always looking for those opportunities within our company to be able to help serve veterans.
2 years ago, I decided I was not going to do this anymore. We walk into the Speedway with nobody, and then I'm here for you guys, all of you guys. Thank you so much. We're just trying to put in the top 12 today, but I mean, I'm happy with the run. Hopefully we'll stick in the top 12 and we'll play tomorrow. We're here at the Legion Post, but this is my 21st Indy 500. Wow. I'm very fortunate to still be part of it. I can't thank the Legion enough for allowing me to do that. We're starting in the second row. We have a pretty good chance to win. We're racing for a very good cause. I think we're going to talk about it, but to be the one.
Is this it? This is it, buddy. Oh, it came out awesome. I mean, it's beautiful. I'm speechless.
American Legion is dedicated to helping veterans through their toughest times by creating an outlet for vets to be the one to ask, listen, and reach out for help. Learn more at www.betheone.org.
TK, it's Townsend up in the NBC booth. You got me?
Yeah, brother. What's up?
Crazy day. Red flag, 4 laps to go. You were the fastest car of the lead pack. How do you play this restart?
It's going to be all or nothing again. I've done it before, so I have nothing to lose. So they better be ready.
When you think it can't get more special, then you get a sponsor like the Legion, and with the cause, Be the One. And then Chip gives me the number 1 that belonged to Alex. Put no pressure on me, but this is a cause that we've been fighting. Mental health, it's a serious thing. And the more and more that I learn, we've been trying to save 17 veterans take their lives every day because they don't ask for help. And if we can save 1 a day, that's the goal, and I was really proud.
Since the American Legion is the biggest and, in my opinion, best veterans organization in the country, it only makes sense that we are represented by the biggest names and best team in the IndyCar Series. Team owner Chip Ganassi himself, a former racer and a member of the Motorsports Hall of Fame of America. He is the first team owner in history to have won the Indianapolis 500, the Daytona 500, the Brickyard 400, the Rolex 24 at Daytona, the 12 Hours of Sebring, and 24 Hours of Le Mans. On August the 7th, the Chip Ganassi Racing Team picked up its 122nd IndyCar Series victory and 243rd overall race win, driving the American Legion Honda in many of the races. This season is a man who is a racing legend. Jimmy Johnson is a 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champion. He's tied with Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt for the most Cup Series championships of all time. He also happens to be the 2022 Indianapolis 500 Rookie of the Year. Our other driver, Tony Kanaan, is a 2004 IndyCar Series champ. He won the 2013 Indianapolis 500, and in 2015 won the 24 Hours of Daytona for Chip Ganassi Racing. During this year in Indianapolis 500, Tony drove the #1 Be the One American Legion Honda to a 3rd place finish. We are fortunate to have this trio with us today for a fireside chat. Moderating their discussion is Past Department Commander of California, Artery James. Artery retired as a Senior Assistant Deputy District Attorney in Alameda County. He also spent 20 years as a police officer with the San Leandro Police Department. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the American Legion Chip Ganassi team, Chip Ganassi, Jimmy Johnson, and Tony Kanaan, and moderator Artery James.
So good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So first of all, thank you all for being here today. I know that this is a very busy time of the year. We got 2 races left in IndyCar. We're in the mix for the Astor Cup. So tell me, what's it like to have 3 racers from your team, Chip, legitimately ready to take the Astor Cup this year?
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. What an enviable position to be in, Autry, with 3 cars able to win the championship. We have 2 races left. This coming weekend in Portland, Oregon, next weekend in Monterey, California. And if I'm going to have this American Legion sponsorship, I got to maintain that #1 plate. Okay?
I tell you, we're all going to be rooting for that. So
that's what I want. I want that #1 plate. So the way to do that is win the championship. So I got 3 shots at it, and we're pretty excited. Thank you.
Thanks. So tell me now, this Be the One campaign, which has started since Chip Ganassi Racing has been involved with the American Legion, what does that mean to the 3 of you? We'll start with Tony.
Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. To me, obviously, it had a special meaning to what we do already. I mean, Chip has an organization that, it's been winning for a long time, and our biggest race is the Indy 500 on Memorial Day weekend. And then when the Legion came aboard with the Be the One campaign, for us, for me especially, was something extra, an extra motivation to win the race again. And especially when you know you're doing something good, trying to save lives of veterans that were out there protecting us in the past. So I left it all this year trying to win it, to keep the #1 for Chip for the 500, but we came really close. But obviously, I can't thank the Legion enough and all the veterans for the support they give to our team and let us represent them at the racetrack.
And we thank you for all that you've done in helping us move forward on that Be the One campaign. Jimmy, same question for you.
Yeah, for me, just to expand on what Tony said, I was shocked to hear the numbers that when this program first came about, and to learn about it and understand how many veterans are taking their life each and every day. And, staggering number, a number that must change. And I'm just honored that I've been able to be a part of it. This team has been able to be a part of making change. It's an honor to represent the Legion. It's an honor to be a part of something that's so meaningful. And we're doing the best that we can each and every day to represent the Legion and help move this cause forward. So, excited to know that we are making progress. The word is getting out, and excited to know that that Chip Ganassi Racing has that kind of reach and can help the American Legion.
Thank you, Chip.
Thanks, Autry. For me, it's a little special. My father was in World War II, drove a tank, I think, in the 4th Infantry, and he never, my father never spoke about the war to me. And one day I asked him about it, very, very late in his life. He passed away about 7 years ago, but very late in his life, I asked him, I said, Dad, why have you never talked to me about that? And he just said, he said, and he got a completely different look on his face that I'd never seen before. And he just said to me, I don't want to talk about that. Yeah. And I just thought to myself, I remember thinking to myself then, this is before I'd ever heard of Be the One, before the Be the One campaign ever existed, that, he was carrying something with him that he didn't want to, that it was inside him, but he didn't want to let it out or didn't want to talk about it. So obviously when I heard about the Be the One campaign, I was all in, and that's the reason I'm here today.
Yeah, I got to tell you, we really appreciate the efforts of the three of you in advancing this campaign. Yeah. And Chip, what you said makes a lot of sense. I can tell you there's a number of people out in our audience here today who feel the same way, who, they don't want to talk about it with their families. And we as Legionnaires run into a number of people who've been in the same situations and don't want to talk about it. So the idea of destigmatizing, asking for help is so important. And the three of you have been such great spokespersons for us and given us such great opportunity to advance Be the One. So again, thank you for that. So now let me ask Tony, there's something else going on with you here, I hear.
Yeah, I'm actually, Chip gave me the opportunity with the Legion, and Jimmy, the last couple of years we shared a car, so I had a little bit of more time in my hands not doing the full season in IndyCar, so I picked up a little challenge. I'm doing an Ironman triathlon race in Hawaii in 6 weeks from now, which is a long race. That's
the Ironman, ladies and gentlemen.
Ironman
he skipped over that a little quickly. The Ironman.
And
why don't you tell them about the distances involved? So you will not believe this.
In miles, it's a 2.5-mile swim.
112-mile bike ride.
Correct.
And a marathon. In the same day.
26 miles.
26 miles. So I picked the challenge.
26 miles on these short legs.
Right. I mean, it's a short stride. We picked the challenge. We're going to be actually carrying the Legion and the Be the One logo in our bib. And actually, I'm doing that to try to also inspire some people, because I think during this mental health issue, keep your body healthy, it helps a lot. Having something to, some goal to try to follow. And then basically I'm doing that for the veterans. It's a huge challenge. I mean, it's not easy for, I'm an athlete, but I'm not a triathlete that, that being training during the season.
Tell them when it is and how they can follow you along the way.
Sure.
You can follow him during the race on your computer. You can get on and you can follow his performance while he's doing it.
You guys can follow how much I'm going to suffer. It's October 8th. If you guys, obviously we're going to be posting on the Legion social media, on the Chip Ganassi Racing and mine, so you guys are going to have a little link. We're going to be posting throughout that first week of October my whole journey from here to Hawaii, the end of the training block, and how it's going to be my day. I mean, I have a goal. I think we can do it under 12 hours, which is slow but steady. But hopefully that will inspire some people as well, that exercising is going to keep your mind healthy as well. So hopefully you guys will be with me through my suffer. But yeah, I'm pretty excited about that.
All right, well, hopefully we'll get the information out on our website so that all of us Legionnaires can follow along. So I'm looking forward to that. Now, you were mentioning goals, and Jimmy, I want to ask you, you get 2 races left in this year. You've had a pretty good season, learned a lot, driven quite a number of laps this year, and ovals for the first time in the IndyCar. What are your goals for the next 2 races?
Yeah, the next couple of races, I feel like being able to qualify a little further up the grid will then put me in a better position come race time. I'm still adapting to these cars and learning the tracks. My qualifying performance has been kind of the weak spot of the weekend for me. I always race a lot better than I qualify, so if I can push my way up into the grid, I really feel like I can race higher. So I think that top 15, top 10 is realistic for me in Portland and at Laguna. I had good performances at both of those races last year, and now with another year of experience under my belt, hope to improve on those.
So now, since you've come over from NASCAR to IndyCar, you've had the opportunity to work with some legends of the sport. I mean, I've seen Scott Pruitt in your ear, I've seen Dario Franchitti in your ear, I've seen this guy in your ear. Has that been helpful to you as you made the transition?
Yeah, without a doubt, it's been extremely helpful and also meaningful. And to add to that, to drive for Chip in the amazing operation that exists in Indiana, where the team is housed and all the key people that work throughout that company. Then you add in the layers of my friendship and relationship with Dario, with TK, with Scott Dixon, with Scott Pruitt, and him, stepping in to be in my ear and to help bridge the gap in this world that I've entered into. It's just been incredible. It's been literally the greatest 2 years of racing that I've had. It's been so meaningful, so fun, and to have this opportunity to chase my original dream, which was being an IndyCar driver. I had 20-something years in NASCAR, but when I was a young man growing up in Southern California, all my heroes were IndyCar drivers, and I kind of felt like that opportunity had passed me by, and with Chip, the support of the American Legion and other partners, it's become a reality.
That's cool. So one of the things that I've had the opportunity to be at Long Beach, I've been at Laguna Seca a couple times, and one of the things hanging around and being around the team, the access that you have allowed American Legion members, I've picked up is throughout your organization, from the top, talking to people like Mike Hull, all the way down to the bottom level of the organization, teamwork. That is so ingrained in the culture there. So Chip, how did you go about building that into your organization?
Well, it's a good question, Audrey. I think there's a lot of, I always say there's a lot of speed in teamwork. And all of our drivers are, we have 4 cars on the team, and they're all 4 open book. Everyone sits in the same room when it comes to a debrief or after a session when we're talking, hey, how's your car handling, how's mine? This is, everybody's book is wide open about what they're running in their car, what springs, what shocks, what aerodynamic configuration are they running, and so they get, you can get an honest answer from your teammate. You can't get an honest answer from someone you're competing, across the way, another team.
Right.
So and we preach that because it never comes down to our cars at the end for a particular position. Very rarely does that happen. So we're all open book, and we find a lot of speed, and we've had a lot of success. That's why we have 3 of the cars, able to win the championship here in the next 2 weeks. Yes.
That's pretty incredible. I think there's a lot of lessons and a lot of similarities between, the idea of teamwork in your organization and teamwork that's needed at the post, the district, and even the department levels and national levels within the American Legion. So I just picked up on that being around you guys. It's like, it's incredible how ingrained that is. So now, I was in the back there and somebody said I should ask you how you got your start in motorsports.
How I got my start in motorsports. It's a cute story. My father and my uncle had a business. They were in the asphalt paving business. They were paving sort of gas stations and people's driveways and what have you, and they paved a go-kart track. And all of a sudden one day, we had 3 go-karts in our garage, and I go, "What happened?" Well, where we get those? And I was, and what happened was the man that owned the go-kart track, I guess, didn't pay for the paving job. So my father and my uncle took 3 go-karts, and the next thing you know, they're in our garage. And literally, the steering wheel was this big. And I couldn't reach the pedals. That tells you how small I was. And so that was arguably my start to my motorsports career.
And it's led all the way up to team ownership at this point.
It has, yes. And
What's
I've been
it
fortunate
like?
the whole way.
I was going to ask, what's it like to be a team owner? I mean, you were a driver before, had some successes there, and now an owner.
Yeah, it's. I would have been perfectly happy being a great driver, but I wasn't a great driver, so I was just okay. And so since that driving didn't work out for me, the only thing left was team ownership, because I'm not a very good mechanic.
So have either of you two thought about going the ownership route at some point?
Go for it.
I don't know. I've been with Chip for a long time, and it takes a lot to be a team owner. So I'm not sure. Like, I actually succeed, no offense to Chip, he just said, I think I was a better race car driver than he was, but I think he's a much better team owner. So
That's what I heard too.
I'll stick to my day job.
Yeah, something very similar. I mean, I grew up wanting to drive any car anywhere and just live this, had this idea in my mind that I'd take my helmet and drive for anyone. It wasn't this idea of owning and operating and really working. I mean, the guy's really got to work. We just get to sit down, for a couple hours on a weekend and call it a job. So I'm not sure I really want to work.
Now you say you drive anywhere. Let me ask you, being from California, ever drive the dirt track in Antioch?
I have not been on that track.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you missed out on my hometown.
I
man.
did. No, I did drive plenty on the dirt, but it was either, the Mexico desert, the Arizona, Nevada deserts with the off-road truck racing I did. And
Yeah.
I also did compete in some stadium off-road events that moved around the country as well.
Okay. Now, TK, we talked about, you and the upcoming Ironman, but you actually have a race this weekend too, don't you?
Right. Obviously I was sharing the car with Jimmy last year. This year, Chip gave me the #1 position and number to do the 500, but doing a partial season in IndyCar, I picked up this challenge to do it. It calls a stock car. It's a V8 supercar down in Brazil, where I was born, and I'm doing 12 races there this year between the IndyCar and the championship. So I'm leaving the stage straight to the airport because I'm actually racing in Brazil this weekend. So.
Okay, well, we wish you success there.
Thank you.
Now, let me ask you, have you driven like NASCAR-style cars here in the U.S.?
No, I have not, actually. Chip used to own a team, and I lost my opportunity to test one. Jimmy doesn't own any, so I have not, but I can only imagine how difficult it is. I mean, I really envy and actually admire what Jimmy did, the crossover, after being so successful in NASCAR. Although they're race cars, they're completely different animals. So I have not tested yet.
And how do you know? Oh, you haven't even tested the NASCAR. I mean, a NASCAR.
Not here in the States. No,
Okay.
I have not.
Okay. So let me ask you this. I know you two of you are very competitive individuals. You don't get to rise to the top of your sport without being competitive. If the roles were reversed and you had been in NASCAR and Jimmy had been in IndyCar his entire career, which one of you would have been better?
I can't compete with a 7-time. I mean, I'll take that. I'm humble enough to say I would put my money on Jimmy.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Now, we provided an opportunity for some folks in the social media to ask some questions. So here are some questions from our social media folks. From IndyCar Twins, and this one's for Chip. What's the hardest thing about owning a race team?
The hardest thing about owning a race team is, actually it's when you see all this work gone into a car and all this time and effort and money, and then it crashes. That's the hardest thing for a team owner to see. I'll tell you, it's Into the barricades does not feel good.
That's
That's the hardest part.
Okay. Now, Jimmy, Leonard wants to know, when are you going to race in Brazilian stock cars with Tony?
My schedule's a little full. Tony,
I never invited him. I don't know why you guys say that. I don't want to get beat.
I do feel like I'm somewhat represented down there because he's using the 48 number. So I'm like, get it there in spirit. Yeah.
Yeah, I asked permission, by the way. I mean, last year when we start this partnership with Chip, I said, Jimmy, I'm doing stock cars in Brazil too. Can I borrow the 48 so we can keep the same number? And yep, I had the 48.
They're in spirit.
Yeah. So let's see here. There was another one. What's the most memorable interaction with a veteran or Legionnaire since teaming up with the American Legion? For any one of you.
I have one we represented last year. Before the 500, I got a letter from, I don't remember the name of the veteran, but we had his name in our car, actually, that his mother sent me a letter with his coin. The kid got killed in combat, so it was really, really emotional for me, and it was something that it brought a lot of meaning to, like I said, since we started this partnership with the Legion. It gave me an extra purpose, and I remember talking to his mom after the race too, that we finished actually in the top 10 last year, and how touched I was. And actually I kept his coin right now. It sits in my house right beside my Borg Warner, which is a trophy that I won at 513. I was hoping to win this year to actually add to that, but that's definitely something that touched me quite a bit.
That's a great story, and the idea of hoping to win another Borg Warner. I mean, that's a tough trophy to give. What was it like winning that first one?
That was a very how can I say it? I mean, I started like all of us here. Racing started because of my dad. My dad introduced me to racing, and unfortunately, when I was 13 years old, he passed. He was pretty ill. He had cancer for a few years, and he passed. And one thing that we used to do all the time on Memorial Day weekend was sit down in Brazil and watch the Indy 500. And right before he passed, he actually made me promise him that I was going to take care of my family, which was my mom and my sister, and that one day I was going to win the 500 for him. So it took me 12 tries by the time I did it, but it's one of those things that if you guys ever watched that race, when I crossed the start-finish line, I was actually pointing up, saying, Dad, I finally did it. So for me, it was very special.
Yeah. And this year, I mean, you had an incredible May this year, right?
Yeah, I mean, Chip gave me a rocket ship. I was convinced on the last 3 laps, especially, I'm very well known for good restarts, that I was going to get it, but it was such a close field that, as a team, I think it was huge. We had 5 cars in the top 12 to start that race, and then at some point we had 5 cars in the top 10. So we still won as a team.
Yep.
Our teammate won the race, but yeah, I was so close that it's making me wanting to do it again.
Good. Like to see you out there again. So Chip, you've got now 5 Indy 500 wins as a team. Is that right? How's that feel?
It's special. I mean, it's to have. I think it dovetails into the earlier question you asked Tony about which of these guys would be better if they switched roles in Indy cars or stock cars. It's what sport is all about. It's that question that no one will ever know the answer to.
Right.
Who would Tony be good in a stock car? If Jimmy started in Indy cars, where would he be? That's like if Babe Ruth hit against Nolan Ryan, would he have had home runs like he did? These are all unanswerable questions that we want to sit around and talk about and ask and say, what do you think? No, I think this. What do you think? I think that. And that's the great thing about sport. Sports, whether it's football, baseball, auto racing, you name it, it's the only thing on television really that we don't know the outcome of. It's the only entertainment on television we don't know the outcome of. And that's why it's kind of must-see television, you know, or everybody wants to know what's the first thing they ask you after a race on Sunday? Who won, right? They'll say, who won? And that's the question. And so I love the interaction of questions like that, though, that, you know, we'll never know the answer to what if Tony started in stock cars and what if Jimmy started in Indy cars? Well, no one will ever know the answer to that. But we can sure think about it and talk about it and say, well, what about this? What about that? And that's the great thing about sports. So when you ask, you know, what's it like to win the Indianapolis 500 5 times? I just, you know, for me personally, it's something that more than I ever possibly dreamed of when I was a kid. I just wanted to be there, let alone be in it and then, you know, win it 5 times as a team owner. I just wanted to be there. You know, so I outkicked my coverage, as they say. And but that's the great thing about sport. And your earlier question about what was your interaction with the American Legion and with veterans. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, what my interaction is. Mine is when each and every one of you that have attended races come up and introduce yourselves. I want all of you that have not been to the races to understand the people that are there, how well they represent you. And I encourage each and every one of you to be there, because they're some of the most cordial, down-to-earth people I've ever met in my life. And they're in this room right now. And I want to thank each and every one of you for being there for the team. And if you get a chance, come see us.
It really is a great experience to be there at the track. And what your team provides those of us who've been there at the track, not just the tickets, but the hospitality, the access, it's really incredible. And I'm so grateful for the opportunities I've had. Really must thank you. I'm a kid who grew up watching the Indianapolis 500 on a 13-inch black and white TV, always wanting to be that guy in the car. Well, you know, I don't think that's ever going to happen at this point, but you know, working with you folks have been outstanding. So, Jimmy, I got to ask you this. I was doing a little bit of research, and I ran across this story about a warehouse you have.
Yes, my man cave.
Yeah.
Yes.
You got, some of us have an area in our house as a man cave. Some of us have a room. You have an entire warehouse.
I did have some of my stuff in my house, and then my wife started, you know, pushing it out in the garage. And then I accumulated enough stuff that I thought, well, if it's going to be in the garage, I may as well make my own garage somewhere that's cool. So I have a pretty neat kind of man cave that I've set up over the years. And my parents kept and collected everything from my first motorcycle, that's a 1979 Suzuki little 50 dirt bike. Many things that happened through my teen years and on, and then that kind of put it in my mindset, how much that meant to me to be able to see it and touch it and have it. And I have since accumulated a lot of stuff. So I don't take many people there because it's a big hooray me and it's just all my stuff. But I do have a great man cave and have a small car collection and a fun little area to hang out and spend some time.
Now, the story is you also have a bar in that man cave.
That would be that fun little area to hang out, yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, I think Legionnaires have been known to hang out at a bar occasionally.
That's fair.
It's usually after the end of the workday, but...
You know, work can end early sometimes, too.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I've got a great bar set up. I found a company that specializes in vintage bars, and there was a hotel shutting down in Pittsburgh, of all places. And they had an original bar that was put in and installed in like 1900s, like early 1900s. It's a solid cherry wood bar. And I was able to acquire it, restored it. It took a forklift to move this thing around because it's 3 pieces in a big bar, but I have a great centerpiece there with this bar.
Now, you also have something else that the rest of us Legionnaires don't have. You got bar stools that are motorized, right?
Yeah, those are a great idea.
Sounds like a fantastic idea.
Motorized bar stools. My very first Brickyard 400 I was competing in, I was driving to the track, and I was so amazed that the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is essentially in a neighborhood. Like, television cameras never really represented that to my knowledge. So I was very surprised, and I was coming close to the speedway. I looked to my left, and there was this tented village area where they're selling merchandise and such. And I saw motorized bar stools. So I made a U-turn, went back, investigated, felt like I should have a couple of them.
Yeah.
And they ended up at my house. We have had some crashes on them. They are top heavy. We typically feel
high
a little
center of gravity, I got it.
Yeah, gravity is a problem. Center of gravity is a problem on them. But what's wild is they did inspire. I came out with a video game in like the mid-2000s called Jimmy Johnson's Anything with an Engine, and they were the inspiration for this video game that came out that you could race a motorized bar stool or a motorized bathtub and all these wild little characters inside the video game.
I just got to ask, any chance that me and a few hundred of my closest friends can get a ride on these bar stools?
As soon as you sign the release waiver, no problem. It's all yours.
Okay, you guys heard it. You guys heard it. We're going to Jimmy's. Oh no, I just had to ask about that one.
I appreciate that.
Now, you know, one of the last things I wanted to kind of end up with here is, Chip, one of the things, not just the teamwork issue with your team, but I've had the opportunity to see that within your team and many of the teams in IndyCar, a lot of veterans are hired.
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, I can tell you why I hire them.
Okay.
I don't know about other teams, but you know, I like what they represent. You know, they represent, I think, what's great about our country, and they represent. You know, they understand things that are you know, values that today we don't talk about enough. You know, like, you know, hard work and wanting to do better, wanting to win, wanting to, you know, be the best. Not afraid to put a little bit of elbow grease in when you need it. And, you know, I just, I don't know, to me, you know, the veterans that we have, you don't have to explain much to them. They get it, if you will. They get it. No. They get what it takes. And it's part of being a team. You don't have to talk much about, hey, this is a team, it's not about individuals. These guys will tell you, they drive the car and they get all the accolades, but there's a big team behind them.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And you know, so for me, that's what it's all about. Yeah. We're all in this together.
Well, I've talked you guys' ears off. I think the commander probably wants his stage back. So, and I don't want to upset the commander. So I want to once again thank you for making an inner city kid dream come true, giving me opportunity to sit here with you all. Thank you on behalf of the members of the American Legion who've been out there and the way that you've treated us. We truly, truly appreciate. And thank you, really thank you for all of the work that you're doing with B2-1.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Chip Ganassi Racing, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Audrey. Let's give another round of applause for our panelists. Now don't y'all run off. Don't you run off, Chip. Jimmy. I now call on the Sons of the American Legion Commander Michael Fox to join me at the lecture so he can make a special presentation. And would Chip Ganassi and Jim Johnson please come to the podium, please?
Chip, it's an honor and a privilege, as many just heard. You're ineligible to be a member of the Sons of the American Legion. It's my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you into this family.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that for you? And also, Sons of the American Legion. Would you like to say anything?
I wasn't ready for this. All I can say is thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for letting me be a part of your organization.
And Jimmy, as we spoke about a year ago now and found out you were eligible to be a member of the Sons, I want to welcome you to the family.
Well, thank you. This is a huge honor, and with two grandfathers that served and a brother-in-law, being in a military family was always something that I'm very familiar with and used to. My grandfather on my father's side drove a tank in World War II, and on my mother's side was a naval captain. So it's been a part of our family, and it was such an honor this year to represent my family members at the Indianapolis 500. Some of you may have seen a few minutes ago up on the board, did a collaboration with Blake Shelton, and on one side of the helmet had my two grandfathers, and the other side of the helmet had his brother and his father. So just a huge honor to wear the American Legion helmet representing the people that were close to us in the Indianapolis 500. So this is a huge honor. I've been handed the coupon to sign a few different times the last 2 years, and I've always lost it in a fire suit or it's gone through the wash. So now to officially be in is something that's very special to me. And then since I do have everyone's attention, I'm here at the mic. I just wanted to share something else with everybody here in the crowd. The Legion and being able to work with the Legion over the last 2 years, meet everybody at the racetrack, the honor it's been, the meaning that's been behind it. My wife Chandra and I have felt very compelled and moved to have a further involvement with the Legion. And I'm up here today to proudly announce that we want to pledge $1.5 million to the American Legion. So, thank you.
What a pleasant surprise. Anybody else want to do that? Daniel, we got anybody back there at the game more? The chair recognizes Reverend Daniel J. Seafer from Wisconsin, chairman of the National Convention Committee on Legislation, for the purpose of making a report.
Commander, I have to say, first of all, wow. Wow, what a blessing. What a tremendous blessing to be in partnership with a powerhouse in racing such as the Ganassi family. And of course, a powerhouse such as us, the American Legion family. Us, as we then address together that veteran suicide issue. Together, be the one. Be the one. With that, family, good morning, Commander Dillard, Adjutant Wheeler, past national commanders, distinguished guests, fellow Legionnaires, and friends. I am truly honored to stand before you today on the stage of our 103rd National Convention. The National Convention Committee on Legislation met on Sunday, August 28, 2022 at the Wisconsin Center, Room 103, Section C, Level 1. There were 41 delegates to the committee present and 3 guests in attendance. Following the preliminary activities to officially organize the committee, the chairman and secretary were duly elected. I, Daniel Seafer, a delegate from the Department of Wisconsin, was elected chairman, following a motion from Robert Liebnow, a delegate from the Department of Oregon. Bernard Stugmiller, a delegate from Illinois, was elected secretary, following a motion from Michael Taylor, a delegate from the Department of Oklahoma. The Legislation Convention Committee received no resolutions for consideration and no new business was discussed. A motion by Joe Guglielmo, a delegate from the Department of New Jersey, was initiated to allow chairman and secretary to make technical corrections to the committee report as necessary and appropriate, and to authorize the chairman and secretary to sign the report on behalf of the Convention Committee on Legislation. This motion was unanimously approved and adopted by the Legislative Convention Committee. In closing, I thank all of you, of course, for your service to this great nation, and more importantly, for your continued service through the American Legion, the American Legion Auxiliary, Sons of the American Legion, and the Legion Riders. Thank you for this incredible honor. National Commander Dillard, as a duly authorized delegate to this convention from the Department of Wisconsin, I move for the adoption of this report.
I've had a motion, I've had a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nay. Approved. Legislative reports adopted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is now time for the membership awards. The departments and individuals who will be joining me on stage are being recognized today for their outstanding membership efforts for the 2022 membership year. As we all know, membership is the lifeblood of our great organization. Our members define who we are and what we stand for to ensure no veteran is left behind. We are the American Legion, made up of veterans, by veterans, and for veterans. We have a solemn responsibility to extend a helping hand and embrace our fellow veterans. Through our comradeship and devotion to mutual happiness, they will become aware of who we are and what we do. This past year, things have returned to more of the pre-pandemic normalcy. The American Legion adapted to the virtual necessities and in many ways have benefited from increased reliance of technology. But now, we are back to meeting in person. We can once again visit bases, build relationships with our active duty, reserve, and National Guard units. Through our Reconnect efforts, Operation Comfort Warriors, the Family Support Network, and the Veterans and Children's Foundation, we have an opportunity to engage communities and fulfill the promises of our 4 pillars. Since December the 7th, 1941, all veterans who served at least one day of federal active duty and did so honorably can call the American Legion home because of the Legion Act. We have an opportunity to reach out and bring in new members because of this. Recruiting brings in fresh talent with bold ideas and a fun spirit. It is about growing the organization that we all love. When we recruit new members, we are communicating the organization's promise of what we can do for them. At this time, I would like for all the Gold and Silver Brigade recruiters to please stand up. These men and women recruited over 5,000 members into the organization. Thank you for a job well done. Now, retention is every bit as important as recruiting. When we retain new and existing members, we are delivering on the promises we made when we recruited them. Retaining members is easy when we regularly engage and show them the value of their membership. Retention is a measure of effective leadership. When we are visible in communities we serve, when we showcase our great programs under our 4 pillars, and fulfill our promise of taking care of veterans, our Legionnaires will stay and veterans will join us. This is why personal contact is critical. We have a great message, and it must be communicated. That's why it is so important to conduct buddy checks. We need to reach out to every member to see how they are doing, and if there is anything we can do to help. It is our sacred duty to take care of our fellow veterans. Posts with active buddy check programs experience growth, just as the Department of Puerto Rico. They grew their department by more than 6% by conducting buddy checks with all of their members. Our members need to know the American Legion has their back and we care. This is my call to action to each one of you. Let's grow our membership so we can continue to strengthen America. Now let's recognize all the departments on stage and a few individuals for their outstanding efforts in membership this year. Will National Vice Commander Jerry Wilson assume the duties at the podium for the reading of the winners, and will Jimmy Johnson and Chip Canassi join me to take pictures with these Legionnaires?
Now, the first award being presented for the 2022 membership year is the 100% membership award for exceeding the membership goal. 7 departments exceeded their membership goal for 2022 membership year. A shadow box is being presented to the following departments. Department of Puerto Rico. Is worth noting that Puerto Rico also met Commander Dillard's incentive of attaining 103% of their membership goal and at least 90% retention, and they are well over 106% of their membership goal. Would the following departments please come forward? Department of Alaska. Our next department, the Department of District of Columbia. Next up is the Department of Idaho. Next up, the Department of Mexico. The Department of OH. The Department of Rhode Island. Congratulations to these departments on exceeding their membership goal. This is a great accomplishment. And thank you, Jimmy and Chip, for making today extra special for the winners. Next is our Culture of Growth Award. The next award being presented is the Culture of Growth Award. This award recognizes departments for their hard work and dedication to growing their departments over the previous year. These are outstanding accomplishments and a testament to the motivation of their members and their ability to implement their strategic plan. By implementing and working the 5 priorities within the strategic plan, these departments saw their membership grow over the last year. These departments are receiving a Culture of Growth plaque, and these awards are being awarded to the Department of Puerto Rico, the Department of Alaska, the District of Columbia, The Department of Idaho. The Department of Mexico. My home department, OH. And finally, the Department of Rhode Island. That's what Corey said. We saved the best for last. Congratulations, commanders. Your members should take pride in knowing their hard work paid off this year. The General Honoré Huron Trophy is awarded to those departments who are the first to exceed their national membership goal in their respective Big 12 categories. This year, there are 2 winners, and they are Category 2, Department of OH. I will say, as a personal privilege, Ohio won that award because of a gentleman named Brad Tice, who passed away a month after he was installed as commander. This is for you, Brad. Category 6, Department of Puerto Rico. Please join me in congratulating these 2 departments. The next award being presented is the Department Commander of the Year Award. This award is given to any department who meets or exceeds their 100% goal by the May target date. This award is being presented to the following department commanders: Antonio Arroyo, Department of Puerto Rico. Michael E. Downs, Department of Alaska. Here he comes. David G. Singleton, Department of Rhode Island. And our final one is being given posthumously to Milo Jukovic, Department of Mexico. In 2019, the Membership and Post-Activities Committee created the Second Century All-Time High Award. This award established a new baseline on membership in our second century of existence. This is the first time we had a winner. This plaque is being presented to the Department of Mexico. Congratulations on a job well done. The All-Target Date Award is given to those departments who meet every target date throughout the year. This year, the Department of Puerto Rico met every single target date, and a plaque is being presented to them. They also received a $1,000 check for a job well done. And don't go too far off there, Puerto Rico. The O.L. Bodenhammer Trophy is presented to the department who led the American Legion in traditional membership for the Flag Day Report of June 14th and is limited to the 52 departments within the United States, including the departments of D.C. and Puerto Rico. This plaque is being presented to the Department of Puerto Rico. I think they're going to need another suitcase to get home. The next presentation is the American Legion Race to the Top Award. It is given to the district commanders who attain at least 100% of their district assigned membership, objective by March 31st. This is the most prestigious award a district commander can earn. And as always, this contest is very competitive. The separation between qualifying for the award and the first, second, and third place winners at times comes down to just 1/100th of a percentage point in some categories. This year's district commanders are receiving a new cap, polo shirt, and a shadow box plaque for their efforts. And the winners are Category 1, District 1, Kenneth Simon, Montana. Category 2, District 9, John T. Betancourt, Massachusetts. The next three are from the great state of OH. Category 3, District 9, William Richard Didebrand. Category 4, District 3 of Ohio, Betsy A. Law. Category 5, District 4, Stephen N. Irvin of Ohio. Commanders, thank you for your leadership and dedication in motivating your districts in achieving this goal. We're now going to present the National Membership Recruiter of the Year Award. This award is given to the individual certified with the highest number of new members recruited from among all of the departments. This year we have an individual who has won this award twice before. This is her third time earning the title of Recruiter of the Year. From the Department of Georgia, recruiting 346 members. Please join me in recognizing this dedicated Legionnaire and the 2022 National Membership Recruiter of the Year from Eddie L. Roberts, American Legion Post 333, Patricia Liddell. Patricia is a small token but of our appreciation for the job well done. She's receiving a new cap, polo shirt, shadow box plaque, and a $1,000 check. Without a doubt, you are one outstanding recruiter who shares a passion for serving veterans. Congratulations on a job well done. And Patricia, we'd like to have you take Tell them how easy that was.
My family, Legionnaires. I could not have done it first to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and my post, Triple Threat, from Georgia, Columbus, Georgia. My commander had to leave, she's not here, but my adjutant's still here, Hazel Taylor, and my running buddies, Louise Greenwich and Sarah Anderson. Without them, I couldn't do it. But yes, I'll talk to anybody who will talk to me. And once you ask me about my hat, because I do wear it everywhere, I'm gonna get you. You know, and that's just a fact. Last night I wasn't wearing my hat at the banquet, but I did get a member, Mr. Joseph Kennedy, because he's gonna get an award later on this afternoon. But he said, I've been trying to join. I said, you haven't been trying. I said, I got you now. So he joined last night. So, and I thank you all for all that you do, because this is my family. Thank you, and I salute you.
You got it, Commander.
Thank you. Thank you, Jerry. The Consolidated Post Report is a summary of what the American Legion Post have accomplished in their communities. It's an opportunity to tell the story of your post on an easy-to-fill-out form. For the past 20 years, the average response rate has been about 60%. When I testified before Congress, only 7,740 posts had submitted their report. In order to increase our response rate, I challenge all departments to improve response from their posts. Our response rate increased to 65.2%, with 8,003 posts reporting out of 12,267. Good news, but as you can see, there is still plenty of room for improvement. Those department commanders that met my challenge of 70% response rate were Alaska, Oklahoma, Wisconsin, Tennessee, Maine, Ohio, Washington, and North Dakota. I think they all deserve a round of applause. Now I have asked to join me on stage today for special recognition those departments that exceeded my challenge and had a response rate of 100% or better. At this time, we will present their plaques to the department commanders. Will National Vice Commander Angel assume the...
This year, the winners are Barry L. Sowers, Department of Delaware, Jerry J. Brandt, Department of Florida. Jeannie L. Cash, Department of Idaho. Mark A. Gullian, Department of Indiana. William L. Trotter, Department of Maryland. Glenn A. Charbonneau, Department of Montana. Daniel Banish, Department of Nebraska. This is the last name I'm going to be able to pronounce without problem. Robert B. Rodriguez, New Mexico. Franklin L. Hilliard, Department of Virginia. Once again, congratulations to these 9 departments that went above and beyond the call of duty. Please don't stop the hard work. We have a long way to go before we can our reporting numbers up, and without help, we will. Thank you.
Thank you, Angel. Our next guest joined the Army in 1992 and attended the Special Forces Assessment and Selection course to become a Green Beret in 1997. In 2013, he was medically retired due to numerous combat injuries. In August 2021, he directly assisted in evacuating U.S. allied personnel and their families from Afghanistan and continued to provide support for their resettlement. His involvement with the Global War on Terrorism Memorial Foundation began while he served on the board in 2016. He is currently the president and CEO of this much-needed memorial. Please welcome Michael Rodriguez.
Buenos dias, good morning. I hope the talk to text can keep up with my accent, but I see my hermano from Puerto Rico kind of preceded me, so I think we'll be able to keep up. My name is Michael Rodriguez. Most people just call me Rod. I was blessed to serve this nation for 21 years, and I have the undeserved honor to lead the Global War on Terrorism Memorial Foundation. God has been good to me. I pray he continues to do so, and yes, I will go to church. You know, and it's okay if a lot of you have never heard of what we've been doing. This is an effort that started back in 2015 when some like-minded veterans and family members came together and realized, like, look, we need to start the process, which is a 24-step process, to build a national war memorial in our nation's capital to honor all those who have served in our longest war, a war that continues today. So we were blessed we submitted a piece of legislation in 2017, got an authorization, but then, and the American Legion were pivotal in that. We would not be here without them. And then the American Legion stepped forward again to help us build this memorial where it belongs, on our nation's front lawn, within the National Mall. If I was to define the American Legion, I would use 3 words: purpose, direction, and motivation. It's what those of us in the Army defined as leadership. I got here on Thursday. I got to hang out with a lot of you. For those of you who made it over to the booth we had, I think I might add a 4th word to that is inspiration. Many of you might be longer in their tooth than I, but some of you are younger than I. So it's good to see the American Legion continue to grow and be as welcoming as you are. Never have we existed as a nation where our sons and daughters have watched their mothers and fathers go off to fight in a war only to serve in that same war. I cannot imagine what it would have been like for my father, who served in Vietnam during Tet, to hug me after basic training and airborne school and my training, then watch me to go fight the Viet Cong. I cannot imagine what it would have been like for my grandfather, who served during World War II, to hug my father after he graduates basic training, completes his artillery training, then goes to fight the Nazis or serve in the Pacific. That's our reality today. For those of you that did come over to see our booth, there was a young man with me, Sergeant Antonio Rodriguez, my son. He's just been home about a month ago from his recent deployment, and he's on leave. I was like, hey, Mijo, why don't you come with me? I'd like you to join me at the American Legion and see what it's about. So you got to meet that man, that warrior, my son, who has served on the same battlefields that I have served. That son was 4 years old when the towers fell. That's all he knows is a nation at war. Not only did I serve 21 years and deploy 10 times, but that young man's mother served for 21 years and deployed 5 times. Yet he still chose to take the mantle of service, much like many of you do. Much like many of you have done. And I thank you for that, for none of us would be here without you. There are 4 tenets that guide the construction of this National War Memorial. It's actually it makes sense. And these are the 4 tenets that guide us. Honor. We're going to honor everyone's service. While we are over 7,000 KAAs, those in uniform, we are over 3,400 non-uniformed service members that have served on the battlefield that have lost their lives. 3,400 non-uniformed service members have lost their lives in service. I know this. I served alongside on my Special Forces detachment with those that weren't in uniform, but they were carrying a gun, running in harm's way. their service and sacrifice in this war, and how this nation fights wars deserves to be honored. We're honoring their service. Our most sacred stakeholders are those that never had the opportunity to come home. But we're extending it further. As you mentioned, as I mentioned, excuse me, you know, service for me took on a completely different level when I'm standing at Green Ramp at Fort Bragg. I'm hugging my 19-year-old 82nd Airborne Paratrooper son, who's heading to the Helmand province of Afghanistan, which is one of the most inhospitable places on this planet, to perform a very similar mission I had done, his mother had done some years prior. I hugged this much taller, stronger, better-looking, smarter version of me. Turns around, picks up his machine gun, his backpack, walks towards the back of the bird right there in Green Ramp, for those of you familiar. All I see is a toddler walking away. That was the most challenging deployment of my life, not those 10. We're recognizing the family service, and we'll honor their sacrifices, as I'm sure many of the auxiliary members here can attest to. Heal, our second tenet. For anyone who has stepped foot in the battle space or on the battlefield knows it's going to come home with you. It will be with you for the rest of your life, and many of you have been dealing with it a lot longer than me, and your bravery and strength inspires me. Healing as a nation is necessary. Healing as a community is necessary. Empower, our third tenet. Provide the opportunity. You've heard a little bit about my story, but there are millions of stories like mine. Each one of you has a story. A veteran is a veteran is a veteran. The only thing that differentiates me from many of you who preceded me is our time in service. You guys are my familia, my family, and I love every one of you. But we need to provide an opportunity for the current generations that are fighting in a war with no end in sight, the opportunity to tell their stories. And we will do that. Empower. Our fourth tenet is unite. We unite as a nation. There's this term that's tossed around quite freely, and I don't even like to use it, but I'm going to use it here to kind of deliver a message. There's a sentence, there's something called the civilian-military divide. I can tell you right now that does not exist because of many of you. My father's generation, the Vietnam generation, swore what happened to them would never happen again. And I thank you for it. And I love you for it. Unite. There's no such thing as a civilian-military divide. That died in the 70s, thanks to you. What we have today is a civilian-military misunderstanding. When you look at those that wear the uniform today, if you look at World War II, 11% of the population served. Korea was 7%. Vietnam was 4%. At any given time, right now, actually, less than 1% of our nation is serving. They're not any less great, but they're carrying a lot of weight. But they're no different. They're everyday Americans placed in extreme circumstances, performing extraordinary feats. But they're no different. We will remind this nation and this world what this nation really is, particularly on September 12th. We will unite. We will come together and remind ourselves, whatever bucket or demographic or wherever you think you belong in society, you're an American. Americans only think like Americans, and many of you who have traveled can attest to that. We will unite. We hope as a foundation to point to a spot on the ground in 2023 to tell you where this is going to be built. I hope to start showing you by 2025 what this memorial will look like. And start digging in the dirt, start digging. And this is an open invitation to every single one of you. By 2027, I want to see you there when we cut the ribbon on this thing. I got to watch the groundbreaking ceremony of the Desert Storm last month, as well as the unveiling of the Wall of Remembrance at the Korean War Memorial. And I wish I was a poet or could sing. That's the only way I could describe what that emotion is. I look forward to sharing that with each and every one of you. So one thing I will ask each of you to do is to tell this story. Those younger veterans in your post, or if they're not in your post, share it. They are the future. That young man that I just referenced, Sergeant Antonio Rodriguez, is the newest member of the American Legion. While he was here, he joined. That is the future of the Legion. And I'm sure you're going to stand right alongside me to ensure its future successes as the nation does continue to provide purpose, direction, and motivation. Thank you all very much, and Godspeed.
Sometimes I take 5. Sometimes I think the largest group I took one time was 15. And we sat and talked and just relate to each other and help each other out.
I think the outdoors, not just military, I think anybody, it just relaxes people. You know, makes them enjoy what's out there more than, you know, the people that live in the city, you know, I'm sure they got good lives, but the outdoors just seems to get that freedom feeling.
A lot of these veterans come back and they're depressed, and some even take their lives, and it's a horribly tragic situation. If we can get them invested and involved in whether it's dogs or cats or horses and mules, I don't know, it's the warmth of the animal and the ability to get out and see the world.
The thing that they say about is the quiet time and the peacefulness that they feel when they get out there on a horse or a mule.
Somebody who's never been on a horse or a mule before and get on something that's gentle and have a great time, it feels good.
When our nation's veterans came home from serving their country, the American Legion helped them with the GI Bill to get a head start. When they came home from Vietnam, we helped those affected with Agent Orange to get care and compensation. Now, there is a new war raging. Unfortunately, it is being fought in the hearts and minds of those who served. Veteran suicide is the most important issue facing veterans today, and too many are battling it alone. So join us, make the pledge, be the one to help the American Legion end veteran suicide.
Nothing is more important to the American Legion than preventing veteran suicide. We're not only to be the one, but it is the one, the number one issue for us. I'm excited about this next panel because this is a discussion that we need to have. We need to hear ideas. We need to always listen. One of our panelists, Dr. Thomas Joyner, is the director of the Florida State University Psychological Clinic. He has researched the topic for the Laboratory for the Study and Prevention of Suicide-Related Conditions and Behavior at Florida State University. He is joined by Ganassi Team Manager for the Extreme E program, Dave Birkenfield. Dave is a veteran of the Navy SEALs with more than 25 years serving in the U.S. military special operations community. The discussion will be moderated by Waco Hoover, the CEO of Vet TV. Waco is a Marine veteran who serves on the board of Irreverent Warriors, a nonprofit dedicated to veteran suicide prevention. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Joyner, Dave Birkenfield, and Waco Hoover.
Thank you very much. First of all, it's an honor to be here today to speak with all of you about an incredibly important topic. Before we jump in with our panelists, I just wanted to kind of throw out a couple numbers that really frames things and puts it in perspective. Since 2001, just about 7,000 U.S. service members have died, in combat, doing their jobs in the service of their country. Since 2001, over 120,000 veterans have taken their own lives. So let that number sink in for a minute, and just think about that. This is, one of the greatest crises facing our military community, and it's amazing that what the Legion's doing with respect to Be The One. You can go to betheone.org to learn more about the resources available. And with that, we're gonna jump in to our panelists. We're incredibly fortunate to be joined by Dr. Joyner and Dave. Not only is suicide a focus for Dr. Joyner professionally, but also they're kind enough to share their own stories around the topic with us. Dave, I'm going to start off with you, if you wouldn't mind, leaning in and just kind of sharing a little bit about your background, your story, and your journey and experience with military suicide.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, and thank you for this whole group and your effort as an organization, and honesty and forthrightness about getting in front of this with Be The One. So, thank you for all the American Legion members. Like you mentioned, my name is Dave Birkenfield. I'm one of the team managers for Chip Ganassi Racing. I run one of his competition arms, if you will. Prior to that, I was in the Navy for 25 years. I was a SEAL for that whole time. So I am an American Legion member. Thank you, thank you. And so, I think my story with this really starts with my older brother. And my older brother lost his life to suicide. For me, it was an incredibly challenging time. It was coming back from an incredibly kinetic deployment in 2008, where my team lost 3 of our team members. So that's an 18-man team. We lost 3 of our friends and teammates right into getting a phone call from the Las Vegas Police Department talking about my brother. So where this goes whole circle with the race team is the chief marketing officer of the race team wanted to have this conversation and wanted me to speak to the Legion. And at the time, this is 2 years ago, at the time I was not ready to do that. I was not ready. I was just getting out of the military, just retiring. I'm a firm believer, and like I've mentioned to you prior, once what you do here, what you see here, let it stay here when you leave here. And so I wasn't ready to even talk about my experience. I wasn't ready to talk about my background, my brother. But through those discussions, in realizing what this was about, in realizing the reach that the Legion had, realizing the reach the race team had, and those joint goals, the support that Chip Ganassi has for the veterans, in what we're trying to accomplish here, which is to change the dialogue, I said, hey, we're all in here. So whatever we can do, whatever I can do, I'm willing to do it, and I'm happy to be here speaking to you.
Thank you. Dr. Joyner, yeah, if you'd like to share a little bit, let's start with your personal story and what brought you to researching the subject matter of veteran suicide.
Happy to do that, Waco, and happy to be here with you all this morning. It's deeply personal to me. It runs in my family, suicide does. I lost my dad, for example. He was a veteran. He served as a Marine. There have been other deaths, too, so it's profoundly personal to me. In addition to that, though, I've specialized in it professionally. I'm a scientist trying to figure out why this happens and what to do about it. I'm a clinician, a mental health professional, in my case, a clinical psychologist. I see patients, mostly who are suicidal, trying to mitigate, intervene, prevent. And so from all those angles, I have a perspective on this tragedy, and as has been mentioned, it is a tragedy to be sure. And that's the bad news. The good news is that there's hope. There's prevention. There are ways forward that we may be able to turn this really tragic phenomenon around and do better on it.
So to start us off, you talked about your theory of suicidal behavior, if I got that right. If you could maybe just kind of set the stage for that, I think that'll be a great way to dive into the conversation. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, happy to do that. It's a pretty simple idea, really. It's a three-pronged idea. One idea is if you feel like you don't belong, that hurts. That's painful to humans. We need each other, and if you feel like you don't belong, it really hurts, as does the feeling of there's no point to you. If you feel like you don't contribute, you don't have a purpose, those two things are painful, and when they combine in the same person, deeply painful, and people who experience that think about suicide pretty regularly. But the third aspect of the model is important to understand. It asks the question, okay, of all the people who have ideas about suicide, why do only some of them act on those ideas? And the model's answer is because suicide's hard, it's scary, it's fearsome, and it scares a lot of people off, even deeply suicidal people. So that third variable is the wherewithal, so to speak, the capacity to die by suicide. And so when those three things come together, capacity or wherewithal, you might call it, feeling like you're a burden and feeling like you don't belong, that's the danger zone where we get really worried clinically and we do what we can do to intervene.
Thank you. Dave, could you talk a little bit about some of your experiences with team members that were on the precipice and some of the things that you and your team, your community did to intervene at some level?
Yeah, for sure. I think that for me, this conversation started in about 2003, and we'd come home from a deployment. We had one of my teammates, one of my friends, actually, honestly, he got in some trouble. And so, speaking about that loss of community, he was looking at, being kicked out of the teams, the embarrassment there, the trouble, and he ended up taking his life. In a really pretty heinous scenario. And so, at his memorial, a group of teammates that were friends with him sat around and really just had this sort of fireside chat about, hey, how do we as a group of friends that just, sat through one of our best friends' memorial take action, if you will. And it was nothing official, right? Like what it was at that time is it was, hey, we're going to do something. I don't know what that is, but if this presents itself, we're going to do something. And, where this goes, maybe 10 years later, I get a phone call from another teammate. Hey, I'm worried about somebody. Remember, we talked about this. And it connected back there. And, do you know where he works now? I ran into him at a foundation event. And it happened to be, you know what, he works for me. And so, I had to have that sort of interesting moment of being like, hey, something that I remember being part of at a memorial 10 years ago has now come full circle. And so I reached out to one of our team psychologists that I was very close with and talked through what the right way to approach this was, knowing that it was pretty ugly. And he and I just reached out to him and said, hey, let's go out to dinner, go out to lunch. And, we sat there and talked for a while and we got through that moment. And at the end of that, he said, I'm not sure I was there, but I really appreciate this conversation. I really appreciate the fact that I have teammates that are looking out for me. And I think that that's a good example of what a first step is it's being open to have that hard conversation with somebody. And I think it really, it speaks to part of what Be the One is. So I think for me, that promulgated for many years to being part of a leader, and part of my leadership mantra, with the people that worked for me or that I worked with, was just making sure that they had my number, right? They have my number. They know I'm interested in them. I want to talk to them. And for me, uniquely, I think maybe they believed it. Maybe because it is. I really feel that way. Maybe it's the story of losing my brother. Maybe it's the the feeling of putting my foot forward into saying, hey, I want to make a difference. I've received a lot of those calls, and more calls than I think sometimes I'd like to deal with, but I'm there and I'm dealing with them. And I deal with them, you know, probably once a year. So, and I feel like just making sure that people know you're there is a critical part of this.
Yeah, it's and you know, you mentioned Be the One. You know why this program's so powerful, because you and your community proactively reached out to the individual you just mentioned in 2013, and then it was a decade later where that could have saved that individual's life. But if it wasn't for that proactive, you know, nature of it, it could have had a very different outcome.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, that's always the question is, you know, you don't know, you can't get in everyone's head, right? And the point is you're not necessarily talking them off the ledge. I think the whole idea is that we need to get ahead of that conversation. It's a conversation about trust. It's a conversation about trust and then also knowing that people care, right? Like you mentioned being alone, right? Feeling like you're on that island is not where we want people to be. It's not, like that is the problem. Being on the island is the first thing you say, so.
And it's in someone's head, so unless you ask, there's no way to identify that. And Dr. Joyner, you've talked about, you know, different resources available to, you know, not just, you know, active duty service members, but friends, family, so that, you know, all of us, most of us in this room fall into that category now in terms of looking out for our respective, you know, loved ones. And so could you talk a little bit about some of those things?
Most of it, luckily, fortunately, is pretty simple. Simple things make a huge difference. In this domain, treatment works, for instance, for things like depression, anxiety, PTSD. They're hard to deal with for sure, no question, but the treatments generally work, so encouraging people to access treatment. A good route to do that are resources like 988. If you're a veteran, hit 988. It's a simple thing to remember, a good access point. Another access point is your primary care physician. They see a lot of this. They know how to manage it. They know what to do. Another idea, if you're a religious person, is a clergy member. They also see a lot of this and know what to do. The key is to access that touch point so that the people in the touch point can send you on to get high quality treatment. But things like being safe with dangerous things. If somebody's at risk for death and there's a dangerous object in their hand or right nearby, it makes sense to put some distance between that at-risk person and the dangerous object. That's called lethal means safety. The secretary mentioned it. It's a really important idea, and it's not real hard to do. It's simple. Caring connection, reaching out to people, friends, loved ones, being the one for a fellow veteran, being the one for a friend, being the one for a family member. But also, here's an interesting take on that. We need to do a better job of being the one for ourselves, because sometimes you're the only one who knows that there's anything to matter. You're a human. You have inherent worth and dignity and uniqueness and individuality. You deserve to be rescued too. Self-rescue is an interesting frontier that we need to think about and make progress on. It's a huge challenge, but I think there's potential there.
Well, it's, you know, you talked about, you know, most of us think of valor and heroism, you know, downrange and combat. But, you know, once you transition, you get out, for everybody in this room, depending on where you're at, the most heroic thing you may ever do for your family is to actually raise your hand and say, I need help. I wanted to just chat about the stigma associated with asking for help. You know, everybody in this room, you know, you served, and, you know, showing weakness is not something that the military reinforces. It's suck it up, let's get the mission done, and, you know, being tough and hard. And so, you know, what was it like, you know, in the teams, culturally, you know, like, I'd just love to hear how you guys expand on that.
Yeah, I think culturally we're still challenged with this, right? Like, there's not a switch, you know. The SEAL teams culturally are a very hard culture to live in. We expect a lot out of people. The signs of weakness are not something that's looked at favorably. I think that there's a way to bridge that with being passionate about your teammates, right? And knowing the level of expectation that you need to do professionally, the work you need to do professionally, but also knowing the toll that that job has. And you know, I say that blanketly for the whole military, right? Like, you know, everyone's military experience is different. You know, mine is different than yours, you know, and so I think that culturally asking for help is still we have a lot of work to do there, right?
And Dr. Joyner, from your standpoint, I mean, you know, when people transition out, you know, what are you seeing in terms of the research and, you know, what that's looking like?
Well, for the vast majority of people, we talked about this a little bit last night, Waco, for the vast majority, they thrive. They do great. But there is a percentage who don't, and it's that group where that transition process can be very challenging. And it's at a very time when resources are shifting. That's not a great combination, a high-risk window where resources are shifting from the active duty environment elsewhere, the VA, for instance. And that's reconnecting, getting that transition window smoothed over and reconnected to care as needed is key. It's life-saving. I think an important point, though, is so many people thrive and do great things, but there is that percentage that don't, and we need to look out for them too.
I would also add on to that, you know, the transition from the military into civilian life, incredibly hard, well documented, incredibly hard. But I would also say that there's other transitions that are similar, whether it's from good health to poor health, whether it's from, regionally, you're moving, whether it's financial transition, whether it's lifestyle transition, divorce. All those are critically, moments where you need to weigh in a little bit.
Dovetailing off that, Dave, you talked about, I think it was the Virginia Performance Institute, and just kind of that holistic approach to, mental health is not, there's many aspects that contribute to mental health. Could you just share a little bit about kind of that approach? I think that's such an important thing for us to be cognizant of.
Yeah, I think for me, I got hurt in 2008 in a chewed up body, broken backs, like all of it. But you're honestly hiding that a little bit, right? Like through the end of your career, you're hiding it, crawling around on your hands and knees saying, I'm good, even though your back is not. And so for me, when I decided to make the decision to retire and said, hey, I'm not going to keep going, it was, I had the opportunity to go through a program, like you mentioned, called the Return to Service program, run by Virginia High Performance in Virginia.
I really butchered that one, huh?
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. And it is a holistic health program, right? Like it's run by an ex-team guy. It's a good friend of mine. And it's, it's a pause. For me, it was a pause, a 5-week pause to just say, hey, mind, body, spirit, every piece of it, let's just take a moment and look at it. And during a transition period for me, it was pretty centering, right? Like it was speech pathologists, it was nutritionists, it was, trainers. It was based on my experience, really, really good. And I think that sort of checking out from all the other craziness you got going on and saying I'm going to focus on myself for a little bit, it resonated with me for sure.
And speaking of that, Dr. Joyner, from a research standpoint, it's such a fascinating area that you're leaning into. I mean, what are you seeing in terms of things that dovetail kind of off of those experiences, that Dave went through, or just again, like I said, in the academic research world that really drives so many new things. We're talking about Be the One. What are new things that we can do to help solve this problem?
I must say there's not all that much new that's breaking currently. I wish there were. There's some possibilities, some medications, some new kinds of psychoactive agents that are promising, but that's not quite clear yet. That's kind of the bad news. The good news is that simple things that we've known for a while work. I've mentioned me and safety, carrying contacts, going to see your primary care physician, very down-to-earth things. Those are the things that work. And if we can facilitate people actually doing those things, that will drive suicide rates down. Currently, they don't do those things. So that's a real important frontier, is encouraging people to actually do those rather simple things that can make all the difference.
I would say, just, you know, to pivot on that a little bit, something that's incredibly natural that I think people are not doing now is just being present, right? Like, everybody is just living in this super busy world, super digitized world, you know, through social media, through the news, the 24-hour news cycle. And I think that just being present is maybe something we all could do a little bit better, and some self-reflection there. So.
Well, I mean, you know, social connections save lives. And that's one of the extraordinary things about the Legion and this initiative. You know, you were a part of kind of how the genesis for the Be the One idea. You know, would you mind just talking a little bit more about kind of exactly what that means, Be the One? There's I think we all get it, but it's a very simple, which is that's part of the elegance of it, but it's also a really, you know, powerful thing if we all kind of embrace that mentality.
Yeah, so, you know, once I sort of made the decision here that I'm going to get behind this effort, right? Like, we need to start making a difference. We need to look at this. One of the very first things you're looking at is the metrics, right? Like, how do we actually make a difference? Like, what is success? How do you measure success? Everyone has heard the number 22, right? Okay, we've all heard it. Let's let that go, right? I think that where this really stemmed is I had the opportunity to sit with Dean, the Chief Marketing Officer of the American Legion, at one of the IndyCar hospitality events. And we're just talking through this and spitball and stuff, and looking at a few decks that Dean and his great team had put together. And I'm looking at them, and we're trying to identify what this is, right? But in the back of my head, the whole time we're having this conversation, I'm thinking about my brother. I'm thinking about my buddy Chad. I'm thinking about my buddy John. And their faces are just like pounding into me. And as good as all these products were, and they were professionally done. It was like, put them together and sort of slid it over at Dean and said, this is not what we're hunting, right? Like, what we are hunting right now is one of my friends or my brother still being here, right? If we save one life, we have won, right? Let's be okay with that. Let's be okay with that. And I think that has obviously grown, right? Like, as we've had more of these discussions, it's grown as anything grows. And I think that's, you know, that was the first baby breath, if you will. And I really feel like, you know, I'm proud of that conversation. It means a lot to me, but I feel like there's a lot more to offer, right? The things that you just mentioned, you know, being the one to reach out, being the one to ask for help. You know, it's not all about saving one life, but that's where it started, right? And we're going to grow it, and we're going to continue to grow it.
Well, I just feel the same way about my family members, and this is for them in a way, but in a way it's not, because they're gone, and there's nothing I can do about them. There's nothing I can do for them. I can save a life tomorrow, though. I can save a life next week, and I'm convinced that we actually do that at clinics like what I run through 988, through primary care. That's my focus is. He's always on my mind in this regard, it's true, but he's gone. I can't do anything about that. I can do something about a vulnerable person tomorrow, and I take solace in that.
So, you know, we talked about, you know, the stigma associated with asking help. We talked about, you know, culturally, and, you know, in the media, outside the military, you've seen countless, you know, professional athletes start to raise their hand and be more vocal about their struggles with mental health. You know, Dave, question for you. You know, do you think that's something that the military, like outside teams, you know, generally speaking, you know, what are some ways we can do better with that? You know, when the people that you look up to, that you serve with, if they're willing to kind of raise their hand, is there? You mentioned we're kind of far away from that, but are there some things that you can think that we could do to support each other without, you know, having that perception of weakness?
Yeah, I think it's interpersonal connectivity, right? Like, yeah, you might be a senior leader, enlisted leader, you know, officer corps, whatever it is, you know, that can take a pause, and you can still be a person. right? And you can sort of put that stuff aside. I think that if I was going to say one thing that maybe the military could do better there is it's those relationships, right? Outside of chain of command, right? And I've seen success there. I've seen success, and it does work, right? But to do that, you need to be able to separate the two, professionally separate the two, and then be able to have an A conversation and then similarly have a B conversation. And so I think that would be one of the things that I would say is, interpersonal communications need to grow there a little bit.
Well, I remember when I was an NCO, there was no training or course that I ever got about interpersonal communications or even relationships or anything like that, the emotional intelligence aspect of it.
Yeah.
And Thomas, one last question that I have for you. So you mentioned, obviously, losing your father, and along the way, we talked about, kind of signals that you could see. Was there anything there that you could identify? I know you've written books on this and everything, but just that's something that all of us can learn along the way.
In retrospect, clearly. So I was a very young man at the time. I didn't really know anything. And so looking back, he had bipolar disorder, mostly untreated for all of his life. He was really depressed in the weeks leading up to his death. That was very apparent, but I didn't know at the time what that was. And so if somebody had said to me, he should go see his doctor about this. He should talk. He was a very religious person, my dad. He should talk to his clergy person about this. I would have definitely gotten on that, and that could have made all the difference. I just didn't know anything back then. And so that's one thing I'm encouraged about with events like this, is building person by person through grassroots, the understanding that this happens to people, happens to a lot of people, nothing to be ashamed of, and there's something that we can do in response to prevent it and to take the edge off of it so that, maybe it's a bad time, a crisis, but it doesn't end up being deadly. That's my goal, is to take crises from lethal levels down a notch or two so that it can still be kind of bad and a difficult time. But if you're dead, we don't get a chance to work on that together. If we can take that lethality down a couple notches, then we can figure the rest of it out.
So we only have a couple minutes left, but in the spirit of Be the One, I wanted to kindly ask everybody in the audience to indulge us in an exercise. Would like everybody to, if you know somebody, friend, family member who has struggled with mental health or suicide, to please stand up. Now look around to your left, to your right. Don't be afraid to go over and have a conversation, because there's a good chance that somebody who you're seeing who shares that experience with you may be a resource, may have some help for you. Just like these two gentlemen were talking about, it starts with each and every one of us, and not being afraid to have the conversation. Dave?
Yeah, so I would just like to sort of close this with something that I had a very close teammate of mine, a slogan, and it was, at what level are you willing to participate? And it was how we lived our life, right? We need to participate at the highest level. Everyone in this room is somehow or another associated with the service. At one point, you joined the military for a higher calling, a higher purpose. You found that camaraderie. I would ask you, as a veteran now and as part of the American Legion, in part of this Be the One campaign, at what level are you willing to participate, right? And I would just say, each one of you has the opportunity to be that one. So let's start it right here. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
If I could I have you join me up here on stage in just a moment, please? Present y'all something to take a picture. It's back, relax, so I want to give each one of these one to take a picture. The man who has served as our national chaplain the last year has been both a spiritual and inspirational leader. He keeps telling us to go to church. A veteran of the U.S. Coast Guard, he first entered the ministry 20 years ago after a 40-year career as an accountant. He has served as a post, district, and department chaplain in Colorado and has been a member of the American Legion for 29 years. It is an honor for me to present a certificate of appreciation making his service as National Chaplain to Reverend Stanley K. Hamamoto. Pastor Stan.
Certificate of Appreciation presented to Stanley K. Hamamoto, National Chaplain of the American Legion 2021 to 2022, given in recognition of faithful and honorable service to the American Legion. Signed, Daniel S. Wheeler, National Adjutant, Paul E. Dillard, National Commander.
Our next guest is a graduate of South Dakota State University and the FBI National Academy. He worked as a correctional officer with the South Dakota Department of Corrections before becoming a state trooper for the South Dakota Highway Patrol. In 2011, the state's governor appointed him to 13th Superintendent of the Highway Patrol. In 2020, U.S. Attorney General William Barr appointed our Speaker to the Presidential Commission on Law Enforcement and the Administration of Justice. He is currently the Cabinet Secretary for the South Dakota Department of Public Safety, a position he has held since 2019. Please extend a warm welcome to DPS Secretary Craig L. Price.
Good morning. Thank you, Commander Dillard, for inviting me to speak at our national convention. Your hospitality over the past couple days has been exceptional. Commander Dillard and I first met a few months ago in Pierre at our law enforcement academy here in South Dakota. During our meeting, Commander Dillard asked me how fast he could really drive in South Dakota. I told him he could drive as fast as his Texas checkbook could afford. I would also like to thank South Dakota Department Commander Doug Feltman for his unwavering support of law enforcement. The military and the American Legion have been a big part of my family for decades. I joined the South Dakota National Guard in 1991 when I was 17 years old. I also attended Boys State in 1991 and first joined the American Legion nearly 30 years ago. More than that, I come from a family of veterans. My dad, who many of you probably know, Larry Price, is a veteran and has been an American Legion member for over 50 years, and he's held many leadership positions. My father-in-law is a Vietnam veteran. Both of my grandfathers are veterans, as well as many uncles, cousins, and a nephew. Commander Dillard invited me here today to speak about law enforcement in the United States. I began my career as a state trooper just over 25 years ago. But much more important than that, I am the husband of Cammie of 25 years and the father of Lavin and Remington, a junior and senior in high school. I currently serve on Governor Kristi Noem's cabinet as her Secretary of Public Safety. Prior to this appointment, as stated, I served as a colonel of the South Dakota Highway Patrol for about 8 years, and I'm also a member of the International Association of Chiefs of Police. Governor Noem is a strong supporter of our military, our veterans, and our law enforcement. The governor and I meet regularly, and she sends her greetings and her deep gratitude for your service. Like the military, law enforcement is a noble profession. We are arguably in one of the most difficult times for police officers and police leaders that our country has ever seen. Law enforcement agencies across our country are facing severe staffing shortages as they struggle to recruit and retain officers. Many departments, like mine, have been forced to find new ways to fill the gaps. These shortages have coincided with a spike in crime across our country. For example, and according to the International Association of Chiefs of Police, murder rates in our country are up about 30% in 2020. That was the largest increase since the early 1960s. The homicide rate in Portland, Oregon has surged 207% since 2019. In Portland, they are operating while trying to fill about 100 officer positions. The Dallas, Texas Police Department is short about 550 officers. Los Angeles, operating with more than 650 fewer officers than before the pandemic, has downsized human trafficking, narcotics, and gun details. Universally, police agencies are operating short-staffed, and officers are asked to do more, which is eventually leading to burnout. It takes a toll on the officers, and it takes a toll on their families. Without question, law enforcement is a demanding and it's a dangerous career, and we have fewer young people that are wanting to join our ranks. This work not only puts our officers at risk for experiencing harm, serious injury, and acute and cumulative trauma, but they are also up to 25 times higher risk to develop PTSD when compared to individuals without such experiences. To highlight the dangers of the career, the most recent FBI data shows that 129 law enforcement officers lost their lives in the line of duty in 2021. According to that data, the average age of the officers killed was 39 years old, and they had an average of 12 years of experience. In addition to PSD, officers are at an increased risk for suicide, a big topic this week. According to Blue Help, 136 officers died by suicide in 2021. This year alone, that number is at just over 80. And these are the numbers of those that have just been reported. Additionally, calls for police reform and defund the police movements cause low morale in our departments. We need to invest in our police agencies. But even during these challenging times, it doesn't take away the fact that law enforcement is a noble career. Like our military soldiers and you guys, the United States veterans, our law enforcement officers are some of the best people society has to offer. Like any profession, there are outliers. Unfortunately, there are police officers who do not adhere to the standards that we expect of ourselves, and more importantly, that our communities expect of us. We've all seen it on TV, and they must be held accountable. But these instances do not represent the great majority of the men and women in our profession. We must resist the urge to paint all law enforcement with a broad brush. True law enforcement professionals are committed to excellence. They demonstrate bravery when faced with danger, and they will not abuse their oath, they will not abuse their badge or their honor. I was visiting with a member from Virginia just last night at the commander's banquet, and he was talking about how he respects state troopers. And he said, I quote, I've never met a state trooper that I didn't like, even if I was getting a ticket. I'm not sure if he was completely forward on that. Just a few weeks ago, a few of our state troopers were involved in a critical incident where they were in pursuit of a criminal on one of our interstate highway systems in South Dakota. As the troopers pursued the subject, they were being fired upon. The pursuit eventually ended in a small community where the subjects and the troopers exchanged in a gun battle. Thankfully, the subjects were taken into custody and no one was injured. I was visiting with one of our troopers after that incident to see how he was doing and to thank him for his service. He told me that while he was being shot at as he's driving on the interstate, the thought crossed his mind as to whether or not he should just terminate the pursuit, which would guarantee a return trip home for him to his wife and his 2 small boys. But he didn't. The trooper continued and performed his duties while being faced with the ultimate sacrifice. That is service, and that is commitment to his oath and to his badge. While we have high standards, law enforcement officers are also human, and we do not expect them to be perfect. They're going to make mistakes, but when they do, they must acknowledge those mistakes, be honest about them, learn from them, and move forward. That's a fair expectation from the public that we serve. As difficult as recruiting is during these challenging times, the future of our country lies in the hands of our youth. There's no organization that recognizes that more than you, the American Legion. I'm very proud of a program that we started in South Dakota in 2012. The South Dakota Youth Trooper Academy Cadet Program is a cooperative effort between the South Dakota Highway Patrol and the American Legion of South Dakota. Our mission is to recruit young men and women from across our state and provide them with an opportunity to increase their understanding of law enforcement and, more importantly, what it means to be a good citizen. The Youth Trooper Academy is not a summer camp and is not designed for troubled teenagers. The program is mentally and it's physically demanding. We utilize a paramilitary approach to training, and discipline is strict. Candidates are highly motivated, of good moral and good ethical character. And some of them have an interest in law enforcement or the military. Experienced state troopers and South Dakota Legion members serve as mentors and chaperones during the week. In fact, I'm told that that week is just as much fun or more fun for the mentors as it is for the recruits. I'm proud to say that our Department Commander, Doug Feltman, who I know is in the room today, has been a mentor at our Youth Trooper program for several years. Recruits receive hands-on training in topics such as military customs, firearms safety, defensive driving, crash investigation, leadership, and citizenship, to name a few. Recruits who graduate from the program are proud of their accomplishments and the lessons that they've learned, which serve them for years to come. Since the inception of our program in 2012, nearly 30 graduates have become certified law enforcement officers in our state. Many more have joined the military and are currently serving as law enforcement officers in other states. The American Legion and the South Dakota Highway Patrol Youth Cadet Trooper Academy is an outstanding example of the investment in our youth, and I'm very proud to be a small part of it. If you do not have a program in your state, you should consider it, because that investment is money well spent. I want to leave you with just a couple thoughts. As stated by prior FBI Director James Comey, policing is frustrating, it's exhausting, it's dangerous, and it's a thoroughly wonderful career. Amid the danger, this career is extremely rewarding, and I'm proud to have been a part of it for over 25 years. When our citizens need help, they don't care the uniform we wear or which badge we have on our chest. They just want help in what might be the worst time of their life. The work of a law enforcement officer is meaningful, it's important, and it's impactful. Safeguarding rights while enforcing the law is at the core of what we do and who we are as a country. This is a great and honorable responsibility to carry. Commander Dillard, I would again like to thank you for having me. Thank you for your service, your sacrifice, and your commitment to the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. Thank you.
I call on past National Commander James W. Bill Oxford to present the plaque of appreciation to National Convention Corporation President of Arizona, Kenneth R. Queen, for the outstanding job that Arizona did in hosting the 2021 convention in Phoenix.
Thank you, Commander. I hope everyone is happy to be back to a normal convention. Unfortunately, last year's convention was a restart, I think, when we went from pre-COVID to post-COVID. But I would like to congratulate the Department of Arizona, Phoenix, and their team for creating the convention that they did last year. I'd like to say thank you and congratulations on a job well done. And it gives me a great honor to present this plaque to the chairman of their convention corporation, Ken Queen.
Good afternoon, Legionnaires, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I know this is the lunch hour, so it won't take very long, but it's an honor and a pleasure to be here this afternoon to accept this plaque for the Department of Arizona. The 102nd National Convention in Phoenix was quite successful, especially when one considers it was the first post-COVID-19 convention. I want to thank the Arizona Committee chairs and the Army of volunteers from the American Legion Auxiliary, and the Sons of the American Legion, who contribute thousands of hours, as well as behind-the-scenes work of our commission secretary. They did a marvelous job. But we couldn't do it by ourselves. I want to thank Michael Walton, the chairman of the National Convention Commission, and all of his commission members for all they do before, during, and after the convention. I also want to thank Bridget Robinson, Director of Conventions and Meetings Planning, and her staff for their planning, coordination, and their efforts in preparing our volunteers to do the job they volunteered to do. We truly would not have been successful without their tremendous support. Thank you, Commander Oxford. I appreciate the honor of being disposed. Excuse me. I appreciate the honor of having the plaque.
It's impossible to explain the level of desperation that people felt. I mean, you just think of the first couple days when people were trying to hang on to the bottom C-17s. That's desperation that Americans don't understand that level of desperation.
It was a very clear mission, which was to go rescue Aziz.
I knew that if I didn't personally intervene, Aziz would die.
Chad and I connected. We had worked together over the last several years, and I just said, you know, how can I help?
It's great we're gonna go help Aziz, but I'm talking to this orphanage over here that's 3,500 orphans. Let's not just help this limited group. Let's help as many people as we can.
I was either gonna be sitting on my couch tweeting about how this is all up, or I was gonna be one of the 12 people that was making it a little less.
24 hours later, tickets are booked. Then we're getting on a plane. I knew I would be more of an asset working with whoever's on the ground.
The military was not allowed to go outside the wire. That was the rules of engagement.
They can't go outside and help people. Americans, something can happen right in front of them. They can't go outside and help.
The Taliban looked right at them. They just executed the woman on their hood just to try to elicit response. Just to be like, just so we're super clear about who is in charge here, I'm gonna murder this woman right in front of you, and there's nothing that you can do about it.
Their version of crowd control was, when it got out of hand, they would just dump a AK mag into the crowd.
Whoever just made this decision to turn his bus around essentially just murdered these people. But some of those people are Americans.
There's not enough emotional capacity left in my soul to be able to mourn 4 busloads of people that are about to die. I'm trying to save a woman and her children, but off to like 5 feet away from me is a dead child. There's just everywhere.
Our next guest is an Army infantry veteran with the coveted Ranger tab. He is also the vice president and a founder of Save Our Allies, an effort that rescued 12,000 Afghanistan refugees during the final days of our withdrawal. He went to Kabul to assist with the evacuation. He is a West Point graduate with an MBA from Duke University, and he also is a Legionnaire from North Carolina. Due to his extensive combat experience, he has special insight on powering through obstacles with reckless abandon. We will also hear about his affection for a cartoon character. Please welcome Nick Palacino.
Thank you so much for having me. You know, the fall of Kabul was an incredibly emotional event, and I was completely unqualified to be there. I was not that cool when I was in the military. I was an infantry officer. I'm decidedly less cool now that I am a middle-aged guy that spends more time behind a keyboard than doing anything else. But I want to talk to you a little bit about how I ended up there. But first, I want to tell you that my principal reason for being here is to get Mark Seavey fired. He is the guy that kind of vouched for me and said, hey, you know, you should bring Nick out to this event and talk to these incredible leaders. And I said, you know, how do I have to dress? And he said, unfortunately, you're going to have to wear a suit and tie. But he didn't say anything about shoes, and so I'm wearing Charlie Brown sneakers right now. The reason I'm wearing Charlie Brown sneakers, I'm going to Columbo this a little bit because the audience actually understands that reference. The point of this speech is Charlie Brown is my hero because he keeps trying to kick that football. No matter how many things go wrong, no matter how many times he misses, no matter how many times he fails, he gets up and he keeps trying to kick that football with the same reckless abandon as he has so many other times. So why is that important to this audience? Originally, I was going to get up here and kind of talk about things that I've gone through in my life, but looking out on all of you, I just had to change this because you've all been successful. You're all leaders. You've all been through trials and tribulations. You've all figured it out. But we need something different from you. We need you. We need this group of people, and not in the way that we typically think about how we need you. When people get out of the military, they immediately lose tribe and they lose purpose. The Legion provides that tribe. The Legion brings a group of people around that understand veterans, that help. That part you guys have on lock. But sometimes people have a lot of trouble finding purpose. And for this, I want to just talk about my life. When I got out, I went to Duke University, right? No one should feel bad for me. Like no one, like that's not a sob story. I then got a corporate gig with a Fortune 100 company, John Deere. Tremendous company, great people. I was making a fortune. My family does not come from money, and I was like a 30-year-old making $250,000 a year, and life should be good. And I have never been so unhappy in my entire life. There was no meaning. Nothing felt good. I felt like I was marking time. And so, you know, on a Friday, my boss came in and said, great news. You're getting a promotion and a big raise. And I went home that weekend, and I came in on Monday, and I said, I don't know how to tell you this, but I quit. And he was like, did I do something? Is there something wrong? Is everything fine? Did you find another job? And I said, you know what? I have this little hobby that I started on the side called Ranger Up. It's an apparel brand focused on the military. And I just need to do something that I believe in. And so I quit this job, and things got really, really hard. I ended up getting divorced, which is the worst thing you can go through. I almost bankrupted myself. I was a single dad with a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old. I had $1,300 in the bank, and I had $57,000 in credit card debt, all for that business. It was a low point for literally anyone else, but I felt alive because I had found purpose in my life. And that purpose eventually turned into success. That part isn't really important. That success led to other things. I started helping other veterans. I met Tim Kennedy, who was in that video, and Chad Robichaud in that video, because Ranger Up had gotten to the point where it was starting to have some success. And we decided, you know, hey, we're going to start supporting military athletes. At the time, they were both military athletes, Tim in the UFC and Chad in Strikeforce. And I helped them with the advice that I had through life, in business, in relationships, things that I had messed up, things I didn't want them to mess up. I met Sarah Verardo, who was in that video, because I was at an event that veterans were throwing that went completely south. And there were tons of celebrities there, and there was a bunch of work that wasn't done. And I was actually there as a speaker, but things were so upside down that I said, hey, I'm taking this jacket off and I'm going to work. And for 2 days, we just worked on saving this thing. And Sarah saw, hey, this guy actually wants to be helpful. And so we, you know, became friends and had a relationship. And, you know, fast forward to this moment in time, suddenly there is a preposterous situation where we are desperately trying. If you are a veteran, you were trying to figure out how to help Afghans. You were trying to figure out, like, what can we do? And everyone kind of took a step forward and said, well, you know, I can make this list. Well, I can do this, I can do that. And we ended up with 12 people that all felt like they could kind of fit one piece of the puzzle together. And so when Sarah had the opportunity, because of 8 other things, to give me a phone call and say, can you help? She was not basing her belief that I could help on my military background. I hadn't been in uniform for over a decade. And again, I wasn't that cool. There are tier 1 guys that were lined up ready to do this. Her belief was completely based on the fact that she knows that I had been helping the veteran community for almost 2 decades. And she knew that I would be willing to help. And Chad did the same thing with his network. And he found a guy that had a business in UAE. And that guy rode motorcycles with another veteran that grew up in UAE and happened to know the royal family. And he asked the royal family, could we possibly land an airplane here? And the royal family said, we'll do you one better. We'll give you 2 C-17s. 2 other guys were desperately, they were able to get to the ground in Kabul, but they had no place to bring people. So we got connected. Next thing you know, you have 12 veterans, most of which did not know each other, but all had the same mentality. I'm going to keep trying to do something, and I will eventually succeed. And so 12 people arrived in UAE and then Kabul, Afghanistan, truly not knowing what we were going to do. We had an idea. Fast forward 10 days, Sea Spray, Sean G, Tim, we have our own hangar in Kabul. We're running thousands of people out a day. Not only do we have 2 C-17s, but we have 3 737s that veterans have paid for. And we ended up saving 11.5% of everyone that got saved in Kabul. Thank you. As 12 middle-aged veterans and 1 really badass lady. I'm telling you this not because of this story. This story, you know, is obviously important right now, but this replicates over and over and over again. And there is a generation of veterans that's just a little younger than me that grew up in the age of social media. They grew up at a time where everything that they do is judged, but they don't necessarily look to personal relationships as much as they look out to the voices in the ether. And that is when I think people get into trouble. They leave the military, they don't have tribe, they don't have purpose, and suddenly they don't have a pathway. Suddenly life doesn't look that interesting. Maybe they consider suicide, maybe they're just unhappy. When I quit my Fortune 100 gig, I was not a member of the American Legion. I did not have this tribe, I did not have guidance, I did not have purpose. What I did have was a Vietnam veteran dad that said, I think you can do it. I think, you know, it's crazy. I wouldn't do it. I think this is a crazy decision, but I think that you can go succeed, you know, peddling t-shirts on the internet instead of keeping this amazing job that I would have killed for. He gave me that support, even though my dream at the time was pretty dumb. I mean, let's just be honest. It's a pretty dumb dream. Every single person in here can be that for somebody. As these veterans are getting out of the military, as they are looking to the future, even if their dream is dumb, even if their purpose isn't your purpose, guidance, encouragement, helping them find the way, because when people are unhappy, that is when they get themselves in bad situations. That is when everything gets very dark. So, coming back from that mission, and I class myself as being a very small part of that mission. There were 4 guys that were like the stuff of legends, and if there's a movie that's ever made about this, you know, they are the heroes of this film, you know, with the sun in the background and the cool guns and everything. I personally, I partially tore my labrum carrying people up a staircase because the Afghan amputees couldn't walk up the stairs. There was no ground crew, so I'm like holding guys like this with, you know, fluids and colostomy bags hanging over my shoulder. I tore my labrum doing that. So there's no cool guy story about me. It's just like sad middle-aged guy story. But the 12 of us working together, doing our part, putting ego aside, putting pride aside, not worrying about potential failure, but just desperately trying to kick that football, made a huge impact on over 12,000 lives. And Save Our Allies, the organization we founded in the aftermath of that, has continued to help people in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Ukraine. We fail most of the time. When we left, we had 12,000 Afghans saved. We had 19,000 names on our list, vetted, ready to go. We ran out of time. Colossal failure. But trying to kick the football over and over again made an incredible difference. And there is a whole generation of veterans coming right now that needs you to tell them it is okay to keep trying. They look up to you. You guys are legends. You have done things the rest of us can't imagine. And I'm here asking you to lean forward and help them be the next generation of winning veterans. In World War II, we had 11.5% of the population served. In Vietnam, we had 4.3% of the population served. Over the last 20 years of war, it's been less than 1%. That means that this community has to be more successful, more impactful, has to lean forward more, has to take bigger chances in order to have the same impact on our country, on our businesses, on our nation that the Vietnam generation has. So we have to be better, and we can't be better without you. So bringing it back around, Charlie Brown, nonstop passion, aggression, desire to do the right thing, to win, to kick the football no matter what. Please help this next generation of veterans get there. Thank you very much.
Daniel J. O'Connor was chairman of the National Americanism Commission from 1962 to 1983. He was chairman emeritus from 1984 until his passing in 2004. The Daniel J. O'Connor Americanism Trophy is given to the department that achieves the most outstanding results in conducting Americanism programs. These programs advance patriotism among citizens of this nation and their participation in our youth activities. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Daniel J. O'Connor Americanism Trophy is the Department of Virginia.
Daniel J. O'Connor Americanism Trophy awarded to the American Legion Department of Virginia in recognition of the most outstanding Americanism program presented at the 103rd National Convention of the American Legion, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Paul E. Dillard, National Commander, and Richard W. Anderson, Chairman, the American Legion National Americanism Commission.
Before our next report, would those who will be presenting donations to the Children Welfare Foundation please gather backstage? Thank you. The chair recognizes Richard Anderson of Connecticut, chairman of the National Convention Committee on Americanism, for the purpose of making a report.
Thank you. At 8:30 a.m. Sunday, August 28, 2022, there were 96 delegates present assigned to the Convention Committee on Americanism, consisting of two subcommittees of Americanism and Children and Youth, who met in the Wisconsin Center, Ballroom Section A, first floor in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Roll call was taken and a quorum declared. Richard Anderson, Connecticut, was elected chairman, and Mark Avis, Massachusetts, was elected secretary for the purpose of reporting to the convention. It was regularly moved, seconded, and carried that the committee chairman and secretary be authorized to accept and sign the report of the Convention Committee on Americanism on behalf of the delegates. It was regularly moved, seconded, and carried that the chairman of the Americanism Convention Committee be authorized to accept the actions of the two subcommittees assigned to Americanism regarding the resolutions assigned to each of the respective subcommittees. It was also regularly moved, seconded, and carried that the chairman and secretary may make technical corrections to the resolutions reported out of this convention committee to ensure proper wording and form without changing the substance and meaning of the resolutions. No further business was discussed at this point, and the delegates were then released to the two subcommittees assigned to Americanism Convention Committee, Americanism and Children and Youth, for the purpose of reviewing and acting upon assigned resolutions. The Americanism Convention Committee was reset to this point, subject to recall by the chairman if required. The convention subcommittees met and considered their assigned resolutions as follows. Children and Youth, Herbert Petit, Louisiana Chairman. At 9 a.m. Sunday, August 28, 2022, there were 48 delegates present assigned to the Convention Subcommittee on Children and Youth who met in the Wisconsin Center, Room 103, Section B, first floor in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Roll call was taken and a quorum declared. Herbert Petit, Louisiana, was elected chairman, and Michael Westergren, Arkansas, was elected secretary. The Children and Youth Convention Subcommittee had no resolutions assigned. Americanism, Richard Anderson, Connecticut, chairman. At 9 a.m. Sunday, August 28, 2022, there were 48 delegates present assigned to the Convention Subcommittee on Americanism, who met in the Wisconsin Center Ballroom, Section A, first floor in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Roll call was taken and a quorum declared. Richard Anderson, Connecticut, was elected chairman, and Mark Davis, Massachusetts, was elected secretary. The committee considered a total of 10 resolutions with disposition as follows. Resolutions referred to the Standing Commission on Americanism. Resolution number 47, South Dakota. American Legion Baseball, Region 6 Tournament Site for 2025. Resolution number 53, Ohio. Revised the 21st Century Policy on Education. Resolution number 56, West Virginia. Addition to the Fort Chaplain Ceremony. Resolution number 57, Illinois. Gold Star Families Day be established as a national holiday. And resolution number 58, Illinois, patriotic education. Rejected resolutions. Resolution number 55, West Virginia, patriotism in school curriculum. 4 resolutions previously approved that are to be retained as part of the legislative program are included on the Addendum A. Without objection, the resolutions of Addendum A will not be read. On behalf of the Americanism Commission and Children and Youth, I take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you in this room and to your respective departments for the support, dedication, and commitment that you have given to our programs this year that has led to the great success that we have realized. As a duly elected and registered delegate from the Department of Connecticut, I move for the adoption of this report.
Motion is made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? The report of the Americanism is adopted. Having completed the adoption of the Americanism report, it is appropriate to announce the winners of the 2 Americanism Awards. Frank Belgano, Jr. was National Commander from 1934 to 1935. He was a founder of the Galileo Post in San Francisco and was the Department of California during a peak year for membership and activity in the Golden State. The Frank Belgano Jr. Trophy is given annually to the department rendering the most outstanding service to the Boy Scouts of America program during the 12-month period beginning on August 1st. This year's winner is the Department of Missouri. It is only fitting that an educational award be named after the national commander who graduated from Harvard Law School and interpreted his term as county attorney in Kansas so he could serve in World War I. The Ralph T. O'Neill Education Award is given to the department within the United States documenting the greatest activity in operating the American Legion School Medal Program. The winning department shows what can be accomplished by the activity and involved the American Legion. The winner of this is Department of South Carolina. In 1952, Department Commander Dr. Garland D. Murphy, Jr. of Arkansas came to the American Legion with an offer to provide a valuable contribution to be used solely for the children. After much study and discussion, an idea of a foundation was adopted. Eventually, on October 15, 1953, the National Executive Committee approved the establishment of the foundation and entered into trust agreement with Dr. Murphy. Legal work was completed, and on July 9, 1954, the foundation was duly incorporated under the laws of the state of Indiana. At last time, Dr. Murphy assigned to the foundation deeds to fractional mineral rights on nearly 10,000 acres of the land in the oil-rich Williston Basin in Montana and North Dakota. To date, more than $19 million has been awarded to nonprofit organizations to assist the children of this country from the American Legion Child Welfare Foundation, Inc. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for me to present the first of these two awards to the Department of Pennsylvania.
The Garland D. Murphy Jr. Award is presented by the American Legion Child Welfare Foundation to the American Legion Department of Pennsylvania for the program year 2021 to 2022. In recognition of their designation as the #1 department in total contributions received from their volunteers in support of our annual program designed to meet the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual needs of our nation's children through productive and meaningful grants.
And the second Garland D. Murphy Jr. Award goes to the American Legion Riders, Department of Florida. It is now time for me to present the U.S. GWOT Grant Legacy Award. GWOT was a member of the National Executive Committee for 38 years. From the Department of Kansas, he also served as a longtime director and later president of our National Child Welfare Foundation until he joined Post Everlasting in 2004. The U.S. GWOT Grant Legacy Awards recognizes the collective efforts of the American Legion family, the CWF, and the affiliated 8 and 40 in a department or American Legion Riders group. It goes to the department that collectively raises the most money for the Children Welfare Foundation during the past year's program. The first winner of this prestigious award is the Department of Pennsylvania.
The U.S. GWOT Grant Legacy Award presented by the American Legion Child Welfare Foundation to the Department of Pennsylvania for the program year 2021 to 2022 in recognition of outstanding support for the American Legion Child Welfare Foundation. We thank you.
Our next Judy Grant Legacy Award goes to the Department of Pennsylvania American Legion Riders. Next, we are presenting the Children Welfare Foundation's Meritorious Achievement Award for the highest increase per capita given in the past program year. And the winner is the Department of Alaska.
Meritorious Achievement Award, achieving the highest increase in per capita giving for 2001 to 2022. The American Legion Department of Alaska. The Board of Directors gratefully recognize your outstanding support of the American Legion Child Welfare Foundation. Service to the critical needs of America's children is made possible through your caring and generosity.
We just recognized the department that has the highest increase in per capita giving for the Child Welfare Foundation. It is now time for the CFWF Excellence Award, given to the department which has the highest per capita giving to the CWF during the past program year. Again, the department winner is Alaska.
Excellence Award, achieving the highest in per capita giving for 2021 to 2022. The American Legion Department of Alaska. The Board of Directors gratefully recognizes your outstanding support of the American Legion Child Welfare Foundation. Service to the critical needs of America's children is made possible through your caring and generosity.
If anyone has donations for the Child Welfare Foundation, I will now accept those on stage. Those presenting checks should proceed to the microphone, announce the amount and the donor, then go to the front of the floor for a photograph. Excuse me. I will now call upon the president of the Children Welfare Foundation, Dennis R. Bolin of Florida, for the purpose of presentation.
Commander Dillard. Commander, it's an honor on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Child Welfare Foundation that I present to you a 5-diamond lapel pin from the Child Welfare Foundation, sir.
Get down there. Give him a second. He's got a pen.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Murphy, past Department Commander, Pennsylvania American Legion. Joining me on stage is our current Department Commander, Craig Wilhelm, our National Executive Committeeman, Michael Stelazio, our alternate National Executive Committeeman, Paul Kennedy, and our Department Adjutant, Woody Hogan. Along with the other monies that we have given to the Child Welfare Foundation, we'd like to add $4,758.65.
Good afternoon. I'm Larry Atkins, Vice Commander, China Post 1. Along with me is First Vice Commander Hans Stockenberger. On behalf of the worldwide members of China Post 1, still operating in exile, we are proud to present $250 for the Child Welfare Fund.
Good afternoon. I'm Marilyn Britton, the Commander of the Department of Michigan. I have with me the outgoing Commander, Richard DeBay. I also have past Department Commander, Brett Holt, and one of our Assistant Membership Directors, Randy Gilbert. We have $2,000.
From the Department of Massachusetts, I'm Sandra Davis, Child Welfare Foundation Chairman for the department. Along with me, immediate past Department Commander Tony Dias and our current Department Commander Sally Nay. Today we're handing in $974 and for a grand total of just over $1,200. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rick Susi, Department of Washington. I'm the delegation chair. With me is the current commander, Jim Cook, our alternate national committeeman, Bob Clark, 3rd District Commander, Bob Thiel. Department of Washington gives $2,045, and there's an additional $500 has to do with something about theft and recovery of the big stick.
Dan Brown, Commander, legendary North Dakota, home of the future Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library. And on behalf of our membership, we'd like to donate a check for $1,000 to the Child Welfare Foundation. Thank you.
Department First Vice Commander Jason Rue, on behalf of Charities, Inc., of the Department of OH, we are donating $10,000 today.
Good afternoon. I'm John Hafter from the great Department of Texas. Yeehaw! And with me, I got our 20th District Chaplain, Tony Vega, our 20th District Sergeant at Arms, Ed Richards, and our Post Commander from Post 593, Dennis Ducharme. The 20th District, home of Joint Base San Antonio, and more importantly, the home of the Alamo, donates $1,702.75 to the Child Welfare Fund. Thank you.
Wayne Parrott, Department Adjutant, along with my Department Commander Charlie Ackwell from the Live Free or Die State, New Hampshire, $2,000.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Connor. I'm here with my fellow Vice Commander Lisa McPhee, and we are from the great state of Jake, Department of Massachusetts. Today, we would like to make a contribution on behalf of the members of the 4th District Department of Massachusetts in our Shake the Pig campaign for $3,012.43. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Tester. I'm the past Department Commander for the great state of Vermont, the Green Mountain State. And on behalf of all of our members, we're donating $1,000. Also with me is our Senior Vice Commander, Mark Cloutier.
Scott Miller, John Ivins Post 42, Grand Canyon, Arizona, $500, Child Welfare Foundation.
Good afternoon from the great state of Nebraska. Go Cornhuskers. My alternate NECman Jim Costello, our past commander Dan Benish, our committeeman Fred Craigie. We're donating $3,041.46.
On behalf of my wife, Diane, and myself, donating $2,500 to the American Legion Child Welfare Foundation. Thank you all for your donations that you have made today, making us a better program for the American Legion and the children of our nation. God bless you, and God bless America.
For the Child Welfare Foundation, just collected on the stage was $29,742.83. So far, the total for 2022 is $875,171.74. This morning, at the Southern Block, NEF, they collected $8,500 for NEF, and for Veterans and Children's Foundation, $2,134. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 years ago, the American Legion prevailed in one of the most important First Amendment cases in Supreme Court history. Thanks to our friends at First Liberty Institute, veterans can enjoy their First Amendment freedom as they memorialize their fallen comrades. First Liberty is also largely responsible for the Supreme Court victories that I mentioned in my report to you yesterday. The award that they're about to be presented is named in honor of our dearly departed friend, the American Legion's longtime National Judge Advocate, Phil Onderdonk. With us today to present that award is a brilliant legal mind and the President and CEO of First Liberty Institute, Kelly Shackelford.
You know, this is, I think, one of the coolest awards you can receive, and when we show the video in a second, I think everybody's going to be a little envious and want to get this award in the future. First Liberty is the largest legal nonprofit in the country that all we do is First Amendment religious liberty cases, and really our history goes back with the American Legion almost 15 to 20 years ago when we realized that there were attacks beginning on monuments and memorials, and so we have a lot of veterans on our staff, and so we reached out to the American Legion. And it was at that point we reached Phil Onderdonk, who is the judge advocate, and when we did, we got a friend. He said, you know, let's work on this, because we knew this was coming to veterans memorials and monuments in the future. And before we knew it, very quickly, we were in court representing the American Legion, defending attacks on the Pledge of Allegiance. We won those cases, those were victories, but after that, there were attacks on our national motto in court. And I'm proud to say that along with the American Legion, we won those cases as well and really quelled those attacks on our national motto. But then came the attacks on the monuments and memorials, our veterans memorials across the country. The Mount Soledad Memorial, one of the most beautiful memorials in the country. I can't encourage you enough, if you've never been out to the San Diego area in La Jolla, to go and see that incredible monument and all the plaques around it of all the people who served. And the ACLU brought a lawsuit, and they had some favorable courts that were ready to tear that monument down. But fortunately, there was actually a purchase of the property to save that memorial so that that did not happen. And that memorial, you can still go to Mount Soledad and see that memorial today. But that obviously wasn't a legal opinion that was going to help in the future with regard to monuments and memorials. So then the Mojave Desert Cross case occurred. That memorial was put up in 1934 by World War I veterans in the middle of the Mojave Desert. And really it was there to honor those who had given their lives and those that they had seen lose their lives in World War I. And again, the ACLU had come into court to try to tear that down. We ended up going all the way to the United States Supreme Court and won the case, but it was on a technicality, so it didn't solve the issue for the future. And of course, then came the Bladensburg Cross outside of Washington, D.C. This memorial that was put up almost 100 years ago by mothers who lost their sons in World War I and by the American Legion that put that on American Legion land. But years later, a group came along and filed a lawsuit and said, you can't have this memorial, this cross, because it's a cross and it's now on government property because the government has taken it over because of the roads that are nearby. And believe it or not, at the Court of Appeals, the Federal Court of Appeals, during the oral argument, one of the judges said, why don't we just cut the arms off the cross? That way nobody will be offended and we won't have to tear it down. Well, that ruling in that court ended up being 2-1 that this monument, this memorial, after almost 100 years, was unconstitutional. We went to the United States Supreme Court, and I think we have a picture even of us and the American Legion standing outside after the arguments. And we won a victory at the United States Supreme Court, 7-2, and that decision is entitled The American Legion versus the American Humanist Association. A very important victory, setting the precedent that these attacks on these memorials are not supported by the law. Last year we came to you in giving out this award, and we gave the award to a group, the Northeast POW MIA Network, because they had put a missing man table in the VA hospital. And in this missing man table, and I think we have a picture of this, they had what you usually see, but part of that was, and you'd have to see it kind of close, but there's a little Bible on the table with the guy's name Herc on it. Herc was in a German prisoner of war camp for almost a year, and he donated this because that was what got him through that prisoner of war experience, and he wanted that in the missing man table. But a group connected with a guy by the name of Mikey Weinstein decided they wanted to file a lawsuit and try to force the Northeast POW MIA to take down their table or to remove the Bible that Herc had provided for this missing man table. Well, we gave the award last year, the Philip B. Onderdonk Jr. Award, to the Northeast POW MIA Network. Well, I've got some good news. In February of this year, the federal judge dismissed and threw out of court this attack on this missing man table, and we now have a victory for the Northeast POW MIA Network. So if you want to follow any of these, because I obviously can't talk about all the cases and everything that's going on, I think we have a slide that gives the website. You can go to firstliberty.org and you can put your email in and we'll send you an email every week and you can watch the cases and all these battles that are happening. But this year's award, goes to really somebody really special, and I want to play just a couple of minute video about the award so you can see what we're going to give out, and then I'll announce who the award winner is and why we're doing that.
Since our nation's founding, America's veterans have built monuments and memorials to honor our service members. But today, there's a coordinated effort to tear these memorials down. Together, First Liberty Institute and the American Legion are leading the fight to keep them standing. For example, when the Mount Soledad Veterans Memorial came under fire, we were there to protect it. When the Mojave Desert Veterans Memorial was attacked, we were there to fight for it. When the Bladensburg Peace Cross was threatened, we were there and won a Supreme Court victory that changes how judges will regard similar cases in the future. When the national motto and the pledge were challenged over "In God We Trust" and "Under God," we were there so our children and grandchildren would be able to continue these time-honored traditions. Freedom, especially religious freedom, has a great champion in the American Legion. So every year, First Liberty Institute honors a champion of freedom with the Philip B. Onderdonk Jr. Religious Liberty Award. Some give trophies. First Liberty gives a rifle. Ever since the Civil War, veterans demonstrating the highest dedication to duty have been presented with an engraved Henry repeating rifle. This fully functional firearm is a special military tribute edition made with fine walnut with an adjustable sight and a 20-inch octagonal barrel. The highly polished receiver features a 24-karat gold bald eagle bearing a shield in recognition of service to our great country. The other side depicts the iconic Statue of Liberty and Liberty Bell, enduring reminders that America is a beacon of freedom for the world and for our citizens. On the forearm, a flowing banner and shield proudly salute our military heroes. The stock is laser etched with the Onderdonk Award emblem, uniquely commemorating a champion of our religious freedom. You know, there's nothing more American than a Henry repeating rifle. And there's no greater champion of religious freedom than this year's recipient of the Philip B. Onderdonk Jr. Religious Liberty Award. First Liberty salutes your dedication to duty in the service of freedom.
So you might have heard there was a pretty major decision 2 months ago in the United States Supreme Court. In fact, it's considered the biggest landmark decision in the area of the First Amendment and religious freedom in over 50 years. What a lot of people don't know is the individual who brought this suit is a Marine. As a guy who started years ago, the story starts. After he got out of the Marines, serving almost 20 years, he became a football coach. And as he was coaching, one of the things he did is he made a promise to God. He said, after all the games are over, after the game, when everybody's milling around the field and they're picking up their phone and making dinner reservations, the first thing I'm going to do is go to a knee, and I'm going to thank God for the privilege of coaching these young men. And that's what he did for 7 years. Until the school district told him, if you go to a knee again, we're going to fire you. As a Marine, he said, what did I fight for? If I'm going to give away these freedoms the first time I come under attack, and what kind of example am I going to set for these young men who I tell them when they break an arm to rub some dirt on it and go back in there? So he stood his ground and he was fired, and it went all the way to the United States Supreme Court. And Coach Joe Kennedy won in a case that, kind of like the American Legion case that is in the name of the American Legion, that was a great victory just a few years ago. This case will always bear the name of Joe Kennedy versus Bremerton School District. And it is an incredible victory, not only for every coach and not only for every teacher, but every person who works for the government in any way, and their rights to their First Amendment right to free speech and to the free exercise of religion without the government telling them they can't express themselves. A huge victory. So it's only appropriate that this year's Philip B. Onderdonk Jr. Award go to a Marine by the name of Coach Joe Kennedy.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I just want to say it has been an honor. It's been a blessing to be able to serve with my brothers and sisters my entire life. And to see all of you still here serving after their time in the service is over, family members, I see everybody out here. This is the largest group of people that have just made me smile for the last few days. God bless you all, Semper Fi, and good Washington State. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Education is of vital importance to the American Legion for a number of reasons. The youth of our nation, one of our pillars, depend on it. It also goes to reason that a well-educated youth is a stronger military. The National Guard Youth Challenge Program invests in education, discipline, values, and skills training for at-risk youth aged 16 to 18. Originally, Major General Eric Little was to accept the award, but a scheduling conflict prevents him from being here. We're pleased to have Wisconsin's Adjutant General, Major General Paul Knapp, with us instead. General Knapp has a master's degree in technology management from the University of Maryland and a bachelor's degree in political science from the United States Air Force Academy. He has piloted the C-130s, the Hercules, and flown more than 3,000 flight hours, including 681 combats with sorties supporting Operation Enduring Freedom, Operation Iraqi Freedom, Allied Forces, and many other missions. It is my pleasure to present the National Education Award to the National Guard Challenge Program and Major General Paul Knapp.
The American Legion National Education Award is presented to the National Guard Youth Challenge Program in recognition and appreciation of your impactful commitment to giving to the youth of our great nation the opportunity to pursue their education while instilling in them a sense of discipline and patriotism by the American Legion 103rd National Convention, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Paul E. Dillard, National Commander; Daniel S. Wheeler, National Adjutant; Richard Anderson, Chairman, Americanism Commission.
Well, thank you very much and good afternoon. Thank you, Commander Dillard, distinguished guests, and members of the American Legion. As you mentioned, I was the last-minute pinch hitter here as the Adjutant General for the National Guard Bureau. But I really want to thank you because normally I commute about an hour and 15 minutes to Madison here from Milwaukee, but today my commute was about 12 minutes. So thank you for that as well. It really is an honor and a privilege to be here today and accept this award on behalf of General Hokanson, the Chief of the National Guard Bureau, and the entire National Guard, particularly those states that host the Youth Challenge programs. If I could, I'd like to just take a couple minutes to familiarize you with what the Youth Challenge programs are. The NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, authorized them in 1993, and legislation allowed the National Guard Bureau to enter into agreements with the state to do a cost share and conduct programs targeting at youth or at-risk youth. And nearly 30 years later, the program is stronger than ever. So why the National Guard, you might ask? Well, the youth programs are consistent with our community support role, our domestic support role, and state mission of the National Guard. And we already had that required infrastructure in place to support a program, like availability of trained personnel in areas of organization, planning, execution, discipline, and leadership. In terms of general information about the program, there are over 40 youth challenge academies and 7 job challenge programs in 31 states and territories, employing over 2,400 employees. Speaking of those states, I am proud to say that we are one of them here in Wisconsin, and I would like to at this time point out our Wisconsin Challenge Academy Director. I think you're over here somewhere. Joni Matthews back here. I don't know if we can see her very well, but she's retired recently as my Deputy Adjutant General for Army, and I couldn't be luckier, and our state couldn't be more fortunate to have her leading our Youth Challenge program. So as was mentioned earlier, it's for 15-and-a-half-year-old to 18-year-old high school dropouts. And basically, these are kids that really have challenges and really need help. And this program is a by application program through the high schools directly to the Challenge Academies. And the Challenge Academies then vet these kids and get anywhere from 70 to 150 kids per program into this program each semester. It's a 5.5 month in residence program. And it couldn't be better for these youth. So far, what we've done is, so far since 1993, there have been over 272,000 enrollments and 200,000 graduates. Thank you. You know, it really is huge. When I first became the Adjutant General here in Wisconsin, it was one of the biggest surprises to me that we oversaw the Challenge Academy. In fact, after spending over almost 30 years in the military, I had not heard of the Challenge Academy. And it really is one of the programs I'm most proud of. I've been able to participate in the graduations, and if you could see the look on these kids' faces and the pride that they have in graduating and receiving a diploma or a GED and a way forward in life, it really is priceless. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate everyone who participates in it. So without further ado, in closing, one of the things that I was asked before we come up here is how can the American Legion assist going forward with this program? I'm guessing many of you have never heard of it. Well, as I mentioned, in over 31 states, the Youth Challenge program exists. And after that 5.5 month in residency portion of the program, what we do then is every single cadet graduate is set up with a mentor. And that mentor is trained and does a structured mentoring program with that young man or woman for 12 months, for an entire year after they complete the program. And this is critical because if you take a young person out of an environment that isn't conducive to success in society, you give them, and we give them 5.5 months of life skills, and then just to put them back in that same environment, I can only imagine that the rate of kids that would fall back into those old habits would be much higher without this mentorship program. So how can you help? Well, look in your state, reach out and see if you have a Youth Challenge program in your state through the National Guard, and help us find mentors. Many of you may be mentors. As a life member of the American Legion myself, I know that this audience is filled with great Americans and great people. And if you're looking for an additional way to help, being a mentor or helping us find mentors for the Challenge Academy would be hugely beneficial. The other way is to get any chance you get, and I know you get a lot of chances to get out and talk to the youth at the high schools and such, and just spread the word about the program. The more we can get the program advertised out there and the more kids that we can get into the program, the better we can serve the youth of this country and put us on a continued path to success as a nation. So again, I'd like to thank you for this great honor of being here. It's been a privilege to accept on behalf of the entire National Guard here in my home state of Wisconsin. Thank you.
Before we hear our next report, I ask those who plan to present donations for Operation Comfort Warriors and any other programs, please gather in the backstage area and we will get right to you. The chair recognizes Stephen A. Brennan of Maryland, Chairman of the National Convention Committee on National Security, for the purpose of making a report.
All right, good afternoon, Legionnaires. I'm actually excited to be following the General, as one of the resolutions you will hear is supporting the Adjutant Generals of all the states. So this is actually perfect timing. At 09, Sunday, August 28th, 2022, 257 delegates and alternates assigned to the Convention Committee on National Security initially met in the Wisconsin Center Ballroom and elected myself, Stephen Brennan, from the Department of Maryland as chairman, and Kenneth Trumbull from the Department of Illinois as secretary. After the initial meeting, the following convention subcommittees met, a quorum being present, held elections, and the following chairmen and secretaries were elected. Aerospace Committee: Rick Ortell, Department of Virginia, chairman. Ted Batisi, Department of Wisconsin, secretary. Conventional Armed Forces Subcommittee: Thomas Schattenbauer, Department of Minnesota, chairman. Bruce Donegan, Department of South Carolina, secretary. Foreign Relations Subcommittee: Joseph Glasser, Department of Pennsylvania, chairman. John Lynette, Department of Massachusetts, secretary. Law and Order, Homeland Security Subcommittee: George Worley, Department of Florida, chairman. Rick Kaiser, Department of New York, secretary. Military Benefits and Quality of Life Subcommittee: William Flanagan, Department of Illinois, chairman. James Holland, Department of South Carolina, secretary. National Guard and Reserve Forces Subcommittee: William Goody, Department of Minnesota, chairman. Wayne Schur, Department of Florida, secretary. Unconventional Forces and Intelligence Subcommittee: Doug Hagan, Department of France, chairman. Dan Wotros, Department of Ohio, secretary. At 9:30 a.m. Sunday, August 28th, 2022, 257 delegates and alternates assigned to the 7 subcommittees attended their breakout sessions. The Convention Committee reconvened, and reports of all the Convention subcommittees were read, and the recommended actions on resolutions were considered. A total of 18 resolutions were assigned to the Convention Committee on National Security or prepared by the committee to meet issues that concern the American Legion and its principles and objectives. 5 resolutions were approved. 3 resolutions were approved with amendments. 4 were referred to the Standing Commission. 2 receive and record. 4 resolutions were rejected. The Convention Committee authorized the chairman, myself, to sign the Convention Committee on National Security report on behalf of all of its delegates and make technical and administrative corrections to the resolutions reported by the committee. At 12 p.m. on Monday, August 29th, 2022, 32 delegates assigned in the Military Benefits and Quality of Life Subcommittee reconvened. The subcommittee met to discuss one resolution and after discussions voted to amend Resolution 14, correction of military records, and also referred that to the Standing Commission on National Security, which I'll address when we get to that subcommittee. The 7 subcommittees: Aerospace, no resolutions. Conventional Armed Forces Subcommittee, Resolution number 5, subject, National Defense Budget Review, origin, Department of Montana, rejected. Resolution number 38, subject, repeal legislation requiring the renaming of military installations, Department of New York is the origin, received and recorded. Resolution number 65, subject, all Americans to be registered for the Selective Service, origin, Department of Illinois, approved with amendment. The Resolve Clause, resolved by the American Legion in the National Convention assembled in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, August 30th, 31st, September 1st, 2022, that the American Legion urges the United States Congress to revise the Selective Service system to require all Americans 18 to 25 to be registered for service in the case of military conscription. Foreign Relations Subcommittee, Resolution number 2, subject, Policy on Taiwan, origin, Department of Alaska, referred to the Standing Commission on National Security. Resolution number 39, subject, prohibit import of petroleum products from Iran, origin, Department of New York, approved. Resolve Clause, resolved by the American Legion in the National Convention assembled in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, August 30th, 31st, September 1st, 2022, that the American Legion supports actions to prohibit the importation of petroleum products from Iran. Resolution number 51, subject, fully fund the international affairs budget, origin, Department of Arizona, approved. Resolve Clause, resolved by the American Legion in the National Convention assembled in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, August 30th, 31st, September 1st, 2022, that the American Legion urges Congress to fully resource and fund the international affairs budget each year as requested by the administration in support of America's national security, democracy, and economic interest. Law and Order and Homeland Security Subcommittee, Resolution number 4, subject, Energy Independence, origin, Department of Montana, approved with amendment. Resolved Clause, resolved by the American Legion in National Convention assembled in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, August 30th, 31st, September 1st, 2022, that the American Legion immediately contact the House and Senate Committee on National Defense, Energy, and Homeland Security to advocate for renewal of efforts to attain and retain energy independence, and be it finally resolved that the National Executive Committee instruct the National Security Commission to call for immediate advocacy efforts at the department level seeking support from elected officials in a manner similar to the previous efforts to encourage protection of our flag. Resolution number 8, subject, Law Enforcement Officer of the Year eligibility criteria, Department of New Hampshire was the origin, rejected. Resolution number 34, subject, Law Enforcement Officer of the Year eligibility criteria from the Department of Minnesota, rejected. Resolution number 44, subject, oppose government benefits for illegal immigrants, origin, Department of Texas, approved. Resolved by the American Legion and the National Convention assembled in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, August 30th, 31st, September 1st, 2022, that all illegal immigrants be ineligible for any type of government benefits, and be it finally resolved that it is compassionate to return them across the border. Resolution 45, subject, establish separate Paramedic Emergency Medical Technician Award, origin, Department of South Dakota, referred to the Standing Commission on National Security. Military Benefits and Quality of Life Subcommittee, resolution number 13, subject, repeal the Rescission Act of 1946, origin, Department of California, approved. Resolved by the American Legion and National Convention assembled in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, August 30th, 31st, September 1st, 2022, that the American Legion urges Congress to act and repeal the Rescission Act of 1946 in order to correct the injustice that these veterans have suffered and to heal the indignation of sorrow they have endured. Resolution number 14, subject, correction of military records, origin, Department of California, referred to the Standing Commission on National Security. Resolution number 21, subject, delayed entry program and recruit training benefits, origin, Department of California, rejected. Resolution number 22, subject, clarifying definition of incident to service, origin, Department of California, referred to the Standing Commission on National Security. Resolution number 23, subject, implementing an appeal process for medical malpractice claims, origin, Department of California, approved. The Resolve Clause, resolved by the American Legion and the National Convention assembled in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, August 30th, 31st, September 1st, 2022, that the American Legion support legislation that would allow an appeal process in accordance with federal regulations which are consistent with other federal processes, including access to federal courts. Resolution number 40, subject, support establishment of 24-hour child development centers on all military installations. Origin, Department of New York, receive and record. National Guard and Reserve Forces Subcommittee, resolution number 52, subject, National Guard operating funds reimbursement, Department of Ohio was the origin. Approved with amendment. Resolve clause, resolved by the American Legion and the National Convention assembled in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, August 30th, 31st, September 1st, 2022, that the American Legion urges that each respective governor of each state or territory ensure that the respective National Guard be reimbursed, and be it finally resolved that whether the call-up is within the said state, another emergency, or another state's request for assistance, that the governor of the state or requesting state or territory ensure that the National Guard be reimbursed for expenses so that their operating funds are replenished. Unconventional forces and intelligence, no resolutions. Resolutions previously approved that are to be retained as part of the legislative program are included on Addendum A. Without objection, the resolutions on Addendum A will not be read. Mr. Commander, national officers, and fellow delegates, I am pleased to announce the National Blood Donor Awards, the winners for this past year. Category 1, departments with 100,000 or more members, post-participation, Pennsylvania. Individual participation, the Department of Pennsylvania. Category 2, 70,000 to 99,999 members, post-participation, Department of California. Individual participation, Department of Ohio. Category 3, 40,000 to 69,999 members, post-participation, Department of Wisconsin. Individual participation, Department of Minnesota. Category 4, 25,000 to 39,999 members, post-participation, Department of Iowa. Individual participation, Department of Iowa. Category 5, 10,000 to 24,999 members, Post-participation, Department of Nebraska. Individual participation, Department of Nebraska. Category 6, less than 10,000 members. Post-participation, Department of Montana. Individual participation, Department of Vermont. Many of our departments participated in the Reserve Officer Training Corps ROTC Awards program. This year, 6,015 medals were awarded to serving cadets in senior ROTC as well as junior ROTC units. The winning departments for 2022 were Florida, Texas, and the Department of Minnesota. On behalf of the American Legion and its nearly 2 million members, job well done to the departments and our youth of America for enrolling in the outstanding ROTC programs. Mr. Commander, as a delegate to this convention from the Department of Maryland, I move for the adoption of this report.
I have a motion and a second. Hear any questions? Hearing none. All those in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nays. Motion carried. Report has been adopted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chair now recognizes James A. LaCourciere, Chairman of the National Convention Committee on Veterans Employment and Education, for the purpose of making a report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commander, past national commanders, delegates, guests all. 77 members of your committees on employment, veterans preference, veterans education, other benefits, homelessness met at 9 a.m. on August 28, 2022 in the Hilton Milwaukee Regency Ballroom, 5th floor, and agreed on the following report, which is respectively submitted for your consideration. The committees were called to order by Joseph C. Sharp, Jr. from the Washington, D.C. office, director appointed by National Adjutant Dan Wheeler to act as temporary chairman. Adam Treese and Quandrea Patterson, Washington, D.C. office, Employment and Education Policy Analysis, the National Veterans Employment and Education Commission, acted as staff liaison and called the roll call. The quorum being present, nominations were received. James A. LaCourciere from Connecticut was elected chairman. Lloyd Woods from Maine was elected secretary of the Convention Committee. James C. Fratellillo from Massachusetts was elected chairman of the Employment and Veterans Preference Committee, and Eugene J. O'Grady from New Jersey was elected secretary. Eric Measles from California was elected chairman of the Veterans Education, Other Benefits, and Homelessness, and Geraldine Heinz from Texas, secretary. A Veterans Employment and Education Resolution Screening Committee met earlier to screen the resolutions. A report of their action with recommendations was presented to the convention committees for their consideration. The screening committee conserved the time of the convention committee substantially. It was chaired by James LaCourciere, chairman of the National Veterans Employment Education Commission, and was composed of the following individuals: James Fratellillo from the Department of Massachusetts, Geraldine Heinz from the Department of Texas, Eric Measles from the Department of California, Lloyd Woods from the Department of Maine, and Eugene O'Grady from the Department of New Jersey. There were 7 resolutions presented for the consideration. The following action on the resolutions was taken by the convention committees. 6 were approved, 1 was rejected. A motion was made and seconded to authorize the chairman and secretary to sign and deliver the report of the convention committee's behalf. At this time, I'd like to turn the podium over to Eric Measles, chairman, for the purpose of reading the resolutions.
The following resolutions were approved. Resolution 16, subject, abating the negative impact of category management procurement practices for veteran-owned small businesses. Origin, Department of California. Submitted by the Veterans Employment and Education. Resolved by the American Legion and National Convention assembled in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, August 30th, 31st, September 1st, 2022. That the American Legion favors legislative action that protects veteran-owned small businesses from the negative consequences of the Category Management Procurement Initiative, and be it finally resolved that Congress provides the necessary resources and funding for the Small Business Administration to train veteran small businesses without past performance records about current category management practices to ensure they are provided the opportunity to compete in the government marketplace. Resolution number 17, subject, protecting veteran-owned small business subcontractors. Origin, Department of California. Submitted by the Veterans Employment and Education. Resolved by the American Legion and National Convention assembled in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, August 30th, 31st, 2022. That the American Legion condemns non-payment, delay of payment, contract manipulation, and other malicious business practices that adversely impact veteran-owned business subcontractors, and be it finally resolved that the American Legion supports legislative action to protect and support veteran-owned small businesses that experience these similar forms of malpractice. Resolution 20, subject, tax relief for veterans and military families. Origin, Department of California. Submitted by the Veterans Employment and Education Division. Resolved by the American Legion and National Convention assembled in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, August 30th, 31st, September 1st, 2022, that the American Legion broadly supports tax policies that benefit veterans, veteran small businesses, active duty service members, and military families. Resolution 15, subject, supportive services funding for homeless and at-risk veterans. Origin, Department of California. Submitted by the Veterans Employment and Education Division. Resolved by the American Legion and National Convention assembled in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, August 30th, 31st, and September 1st, 2022. That the American Legion review its commitment to assisting homeless veterans and their families, and be it further resolved that the American Legion continue to support the efforts of the public and private sector agencies and organizations with resources necessary to aid homeless veterans and their families. And be it further resolved that the American Legion seek and support any legislative or administrative proposal that will provide medical, rehabilitative, and employment assistance to homeless veterans and their families. And be it finally resolved that the American Legion expresses strong support in the importance of collaboration among agencies and sectors to meet the needs of veterans and put an end to the homelessness and at-risk homelessness among veterans. At this time, I'd like to call upon Chairman James Fratellillo of Massachusetts for the purpose of continuing the reading of these resolutions.
Thank you. Resolution number 18, subject, quality education for GI Bill beneficiaries. Origin, Department of California. Submitted by Veterans Employment and Education. Resolved by the American Legion and National Convention assembled in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, August 30, 31, September 1, 2022, that the American Legion supports legislation encouraging all institutions of higher education eligible for GI Bill benefit utilization to spend at least 50% of their gross tuition and fees on instructions expenditures. Resolution number 19, subject, resource and system provisions for food insecurity among veterans, Department of California. Submitted by Veterans Employment and Education. Resolved by the American Legion and the National Convention assembled in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, August 30, 31, September 1, 2022, that the American Legion support legislation that facilitates solutions that effectively addresses the unique circumstances that lead to food insecurity among veterans, and be it finally resolved that the American Legion support legislation that secures the availability of food, resources, and systems that serve as a pipeline in getting nutrition to veterans who are experiencing or at risk of food insecurity. The following resolution was rejected. Resolution number 46, establish health care employer award, origin Department of South Dakota, submitted by Veterans Employment Education, resolved by the American Legion and National Convention assembled in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, August 30, 31, September 1, 2022, that a separate category of employer or veterans award be created for healthcare employers to allow them the opportunity to be recognized as employers of veterans, and such award criteria be developed to allow employers of healthcare workers to complete for said awards. At this time, we'll turn it back to our Chairman, James LaCourciere.
At that time, a motion was made and seconded to authorize the chairman and secretary to sign and deliver the report of the convention committee's behalf. Commander Dillard, as duly elected and registered delegate to this convention from the Department of Connecticut, I move for the adoption of this report.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, call for the question. All in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nays. Motion carried. Report's adopted. Military members transitioning home have a few priorities that are more important than finding meaningful employment. A number of outstanding employers was recognized by the American Legion at the Veterans Employment Education Convention Committee, meeting for their work in hiring veterans. But we would like to recognize one company for its outstanding record of hiring veterans in the large business category of 200 or more employees. That's Berry Aviation Incorporation of San Marcos, Texas. Accepting the award is Berry Aviation Chief Operations Officer Sean Iverson.
The American Legion National Award for Outstanding Large Employer of Veterans 2021, presented to Berry Aviation Incorporated, San Marcos, Texas, for an exceptional record in the employment of veterans, presented at the 103rd Annual National Convention, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, August 31st, 2022.
Well, we appreciate it very much. We really appreciate being here. I'm going to have to check the agenda and really get after someone who didn't say there was going to be a speech. But for that, I mean, hiring veterans is something we're really proud of at Berry. For everyone who doesn't know what Berry does, you know, we fly for the government on contract aircraft overseas as a passenger, cargo, and PR CASEVAC. And we do that when we go places where the military can't go or needs someone else to go right away. So we love our job. The veterans love doing it. Most of the folks we have are obviously veterans, which is why we're here. They get out, they get to keep on doing it and supporting the country. So thank you very much, and fly Navy.
The American Legion is proud of the men and women who work on behalf of disabled veterans seeking employment. This year, I'm happy to present the Disabled Veterans Outreach Program Specialist of the Year Award to Veterans Representative Geraldine Perry of Milwaukee.
The American Legion National Award for Outstanding Disabled Veterans Outreach Program Specialist 2021 presented to Geraldine Perry, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, for your outstanding service to the veterans of the state of Wisconsin, presented at the 103rd National Convention, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, August 31st, 2022.
There is nothing more honorable than a grateful heart. And so this morning, it is my distinct honor and privilege to say thank you. Thank you to the American Legion for all that you do to support veterans. I'm very thankful because I have with me today leadership from the Department of Labor, Division of Employment and Training, Mr. Phil Koenig. I also have the State of Wisconsin Department of Workforce Development, our administrator, Michelle Carter. I'm thankful because I am part of the Office of Veteran Employment Services. My director is Gary Meyer, who challenges his staff, my colleagues, to daily work hard to help and to improve the quality of life for all veterans, disabled or not. I'm thankful because my collaborative partner here in the city of Milwaukee is the Center for Veteran Issues. They are located here and serve some 15 counties. It is through this agency, its programs and services, that I'm better able to help the special populations that I work with: Native Americans, justice-involved veterans, and the homeless. And so I'm thankful today. I really appreciate also the Business and Professional Women Federation of Milwaukee, because we donated over 2,000 pairs of socks. And though you don't think socks are very much, socks is that the one item that homeless veterans need. And so we are thankful. I'm grateful today. I cannot tell you how much my husband told me to make sure I say the JFK post number 479. And so today, Legionnaires, see you on the high ground.
The chair recognizes Robert Newman of Indiana, Chairman of the National Convention Committee on Internal Affairs, for the purpose of making a report.
Over here, Commander. How you doing, Commander? I'm doing fine. Oh, put this here. Commander, delegates, national officers, and friends. We had 81 delegates who attended subcommittees on other internal matters and membership of the Internal Affairs Convention Committee. We met in joint session initially for the purpose of electing a chairman and secretary for Internal Affairs. Robert E. Newman, Indiana, was elected chairman, and John W. Bowen, Colorado, was elected secretary for the purpose of making the report to the convention. The Internal Affairs Convention Committee acted on 3 motions. It was regularly moved, seconded, and carried that the committee chairman and secretary be authorized to accept and sign the report of the Internal Affairs Convention Committee on behalf of its delegates. It was moved and seconded that the chairman of the Internal Affairs Convention Committee be authorized to accept the actions of the 2 subcommittees assigned to Internal Affairs on resolutions assigned to the respective committees. It was also regularly moved and seconded and carried that the chairman and secretary may make technical corrections to the resolutions reported out of this committee to ensure proper wording and form without changing the substance or meaning of the resolutions. The delegates were then released to the 2 subcommittees assigned to Internal Affairs Convention Committee membership and other internal matters for the purpose of reviewing and acting on the assigned resolutions. The 36 delegates that attended the Convention Subcommittee on Internal Matters elected Robert E. Newman, Indiana, as chairman, and John F. DeBishop, III of Connecticut, was elected secretary. A quorum was declared. The subcommittee considered 14 resolutions that originated from the departments of the American Legion. Of these, 2 were approved, 2 were referred, 7 were received and recorded, and 3 were rejected. The following resolutions are recommended for approval. Resolution number 3, Nebraska, delegate U.S. Highway 20 as the National Medal of Honor Highway. Resolved that the American Legion National Organization encourage the United States Congress to designate coast-to-coast U.S. Highway 20 as the National Medal of Honor Highway and require appropriate highway signage, including display of the 3 versions of the Medal of Honor medal on all signs, and be it further resolved, a National Medal of Honor Highway will raise public awareness of the Medal of Honor Award and the bravery of our nation's war heroes, an objective of the Congressional Medal of Honor Society chartered by Congress. And be it finally resolved, designating the Newport, Oregon to Boston, Massachusetts coast-to-coast U.S. Highway 20 as the National Medal of Honor Highway by the United States Congress would honor all of our nation's current and future Medal of Honor recipients and promote education of the traveling public on the bravest of the brave, Americans' war veterans. Resolution number 62, Illinois, award for support of the Cabo Airlift. Resolved that we formally request that those served directly in support of the Cabo Airlift September 2021 be specifically recognized through the awarding of the Congressional Gold Medal or Medal for Humane Action, historically awarded only once during the Berlin Airlift, or a similarly prestigious award to recognize their incredible contribution to the defense of our nation and allies for the recognition of their incredible aerial achievement in a humanitarian cause. The following resolutions were referred to the Standing Internal Affairs Commission. Resolution number 36, New York, paid up for life membership for Medal of Honor recipients. Resolution 37, New York, past National Commanders AIDS Association. The following resolutions were received and recorded. Resolution number 7, Iowa, endorsement of Victor J. Desluver for National Chaplain. Resolution 10, Virginia, endorsement of Lyndon B. Dixon, Jr. for National Commander. Resolution 25, California, endorsement of Autry B. James, Jr. for National Commander. Resolution 28, Wyoming, endorsement of Douglas R. Uhrig for National Vice Commander. Resolution 48, Washington, endorsement of Bob Clark for National Commander. Resolution 59, Illinois, endorsement of Terry Abdelnauer for National Historian. Resolution 60, Illinois, endorsement of Tom Marcisiak for National Vice Commander. The following resolutions were rejected. Resolution 50, District of Columbia, Suicide Awareness and Recognition SAR Flag. Resolution 61, Illinois, application of Article 4, Section 1 of the National Bylaws. Resolution number 63, Illinois, training and education of future leaders. Resolutions previously approved that are retained as part of the legislative program are included in Addendum A. Without objection, the resolutions on Addendum A will not be read. Commander, at this point, I ask permission for John W. Bowen, who also serves as a national membership chairman, to talk about membership.
Thank you, Chairman Newman. The Convention Membership Subcommittee met at 10 a.m. on Sunday morning, 28 August 2022 at the Hilton Hotel. We had 45 delegates attend the meeting and a quorum was declared. There were no resolutions to review. Roy Weber of Illinois nominated John W. J. Bowen of Colorado as chairman. It was seconded by Brian Moman of Michigan. Motion carried. Don Pancake of Minnesota nominated Jim Jarvis of South Carolina as secretary. It was seconded by Brian Moman of Michigan. Motion carried. David Riley Sr. of New York made a motion that the chairman and secretary be authorized to sign the report of the committee. The motion was seconded by Mark Clark of Missouri. Motion carried. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my report.
At this time, the 2022 National American Legion College selectees will be displayed on the screens. After convention, each department will receive a written correspondence on the selections. Commander, thank you for allowing me the time to make this report, and as a duly elected and registered delegate from the Department of Indiana, I move for the adoption of this report.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nays. The report of internal affairs is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If anyone has any donations for Operation Comfort Warriors or any other charities, I will now accept those on stage. After announcing the donor and the amount in the microphone, please join me in front for a photograph. National Vice Commander Michael Madron, please assume the duties at the podium.
Good afternoon. I'm Vice Commander Hans Stockenberger. With me is Vice Commander Larry Atkins, China Post 1, still operating exile. The post and our 1,200 members are proud to present the check for $3,500 to Operation Comfort Warrior.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Stennis, and I'm the commander of the Department of Ohio. And with me, I have my NECman Steve Mazlewick and 14th District Commander John Life. And from the Department of Ohio American Legion Charities, we are donating $10,000 to Operation Comfort Warrior.
Hi to one and all, my name is Steve Mazlewick. I have two donations, one from my home post in Streetsboro, Ohio for $400 and one from our immediate past commander, Gene Wilson. Hi, Gene.
John Life, 14th District Commander for Department of Ohio. We donated out of 14th District $100 to Operation Comfort Warrior.
Lanny Culver, Commander, Department of Tennessee. I have with me Adjutant Dean Tuttle. We're donating $1,000 to Operation Comfort Warrior.
Frank LaMarche, Chairman of the delegation from the great state of New York. With me is Department Commander Dave Riley, Department Adjutant Jim Casey, Department Secretary Barbara Corker, who will make a separate presentation. My project last year was Operation Comfort Warriors, and I'm proud to present donations in the amount of $19,035.
American Legion Auxiliary, Department of New York, we sent in a donation of $5,000, and I'm happy to say I have another $2,000 in memory of my husband, James Corker.
On behalf of the Department of Massachusetts, home of past National Commander Jay Comer and past National Commander Paul Morin, my name is Sally Ney, Department Commander. Our immediate past Commander Tony Diaz. We'd like to present today $5,000 for a grand total of $8,960 this year.
Excuse me. Good afternoon. On behalf of past National Commander Jimmy Couch from the great state of Indiana. We're here to present the latest efforts of this staunch advocate and tireless fundraiser. Post 351, Post 197, John Vanetta, Scott Johnson, Richard and Andre Woodkey, Ron and Brenda Byerly, for a total of $1,542 from the last 30 days. Thank you.
From the Department of Minnesota, I'm Tom Ferland, Delegation Chair. With me is my wife, Veronica, and fellow Air Force veteran. And we have our new Department Commander, Jennifer Havlick, our NEC, Bill Barbnick, and our alternate NEC, Peggy Moon. We have $1,000 for the Operation Comfort Warrior.
Good afternoon. Wayne Fisher from the Department of Illinois. Jan Lipinski, our District 7 Commander. We're here to donate a couple checks. The first one is from my post, Naperville, Post 43. We use our Poppy campaign program, and we've been doing it for several years now. All the proceeds go to Operation Comfort Warrior. I just turned in a check for $2,740.
I am blessed and proud to present the fourth check from Post 108, this time to Operation Comfort Warriors for $10,000.
No, I don't know. Department Agent of Rhode Island, Gene Pitka, donates $500 through the Department of Rhode Island to Comfort Warriors.
Michael Murphy, past Department Commander of Pennsylvania. With me is our Department Commander, Greg Wilhelm. I forgot his name. Alternate National Executive Committeeman, Paul Kennedy, and our Department Adjutant, Woody Hogan. And we have a check to be added of $6,900.
Good afternoon. My name is Terry Clinton, and I am the immediate past president of the National American Legion College Alumni Association. With me is Dave Wallace. He's the current president. On behalf of the Alumni Association, we'd like to make a donation to OCW in the amount of $3,217.50. Thank you.
My name is Jim Craig. I'm the post commander of the Ronald Reagan Palisades Post 283 in Los Angeles, California. And we were inspired by the hard work of our comrades in the state of California and inspired leadership of Arthur James and Jerry Romano to give another $10,000 to the 1919 Foundation. Thank you.
On stage for Comfort Warriors today has been $63,817. Since September the 1st through today, there have been $371,536.05. Today we got $10,000 for Veterans and Children's Foundation from California. So that brings us under 200,000. We still got a little more time to get that 199,000, unless I could get some of Jimmy Johnson's 1.5 million to put in there. So help me out, folks. The chairman recognized the Honorable Vincent Gahn of Illinois, chairman of the Convention Committee on Constitutional Amendments, for the purpose of making a report.
Good afternoon. National Commander Paul Dillard, National Judge Advocate Dan Wheeler, National Judge, Adjutant. I apologize, Dad. All right. National Judge Advocate Mark Seavey, our National Treasurer Sean Long, I got that one right. The Committee on Constitutional Amendments met at 9 a.m. Sunday, August 28th, 2022. Mark Seavey of Virginia, our National Judge Advocate, called the roll and announced that 40 members of the Constitutional Amendment Committee were present. The following report was authorized by the members and is hereby submitted to this convention floor. The meeting was opened by Mark Seavey of Virginia, again, National Judge Advocate, who acted as temporary chair. He stated that a quorum was present and proceeded to the first order of business, which was the election of the chair and secretary. Past National Commander Anthony Jordan of Maine moved, and it was seconded by Tom Dresner of New Jersey, to elect the Honorable Vincent M. Gahn as chair. Then past National Commander Anthony Jordan of Maine moved and was seconded by Frank Porter of Maryland to elect Kathy Gorse of Wisconsin, recording secretaries. Thereupon, they assumed their relative positions. Copies of the resolution, the report of the Standing Committee, the Charter of the American Legion, the National American Legion Constitution and Bylaws, and the Uniform Code of Procedures for Organizations of National Conventions of the American Legion, which included the standing rules of the convention, were made available to all members of the committee at the meeting. A motion was made by Terry Clinton of Colorado and seconded by Robert Rodriguez of New Mexico that all members of the Standing Committee on Constitution and Bylaws who were present at the meeting but not actual delegates to the Convention Committee be seated with voice but no vote. The motion was carried. The chair then called upon our National Judge Advocate, Mark Seavey, to give a summary background on the report of the resolution assigned to the committee, which was done. The chair ruled that resolution number 1 out of our National Executive Committee was in order. Motion was made by Robert Clark of Washington and seconded by Dave Warnken of Kansas to affirm the chair's ruling that resolution number 1 out of our NEC was in order. The motion carried. A motion was made to accept the resolution as amended by Dennis St. Pierre of Massachusetts and seconded by Jeff Joyner of North Carolina. The following discussion of resolution number 1 from our National Executive Committee, a motion to move the question was made by past National Commander Anthony Jordan of Maine and was seconded by Terry Clinton of Colorado. The motion carried. Ladies and brother and sister Legionnaires, I'm just going to go a little bit out of order so you can get the context of this amendment. The last resolve clause reads, the passage of the recommended amendments to the National Constitution and National Bylaws by the National Convention Committee shall not create either multi-year and/or rolling membership until they are enacted through the normal resolution process. Again, I have to emphasize this shall not create these two subject matters. I've been on this committee for decades, and I'm not going to go back into the exact number because then I feel old about that. But this is one of the longest discussions we have ever had and one of the most thorough discussions we ever had. To the adjutants at the post level, at the district level, and also at division and department, you had friends there. I guarantee you had friends. And everybody was talking about the load that might be put on you with this new proposal to give our National Executive Committee the authorization to look into this. And then what happened was, then we realized that, first of all, our National Executive Committee is the legislative body of the American Legion. These wonderful people, these men and women, have been with us through their committees for 103 years, and we have to have faith in their judgment. What's going to happen if this resolution is passed, and I have a good feeling it will be, is that an amendment is passed. Our National Executive Committee, which is, again, the legislative committee of the American Legion, will have, first of all, they'll have studies performed, they'll have research done, they'll have committee meetings, and I guarantee you they will have input from the whole American Legion organization concerning how we can best implement this. The other thing is, if after all of this preparation by our National Executive Committee, they might find that it's not feasible, and that's the end of it. But so resolution number 1 from our National Executive Committee was approved by unanimous vote. At this time, I'm going to read the resolve clauses. Resolved by the American Legion and National Convention, assembled in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, August 30th, 31st, and September 1st, 2022, that the National Constitution and bylaws of the American Legion be amended to allow multi-year and rolling renewal dates for individual membership, and let it be further, and again, refer back to that last resolution clause. This does not create these two subject matters. But it further be resolved that the American Legion Constitution, Article 4, Eligibility, Section 2, currently codified, there shall be no form or class of membership except an active membership, and dues shall be paid annually or for life, be amended to state, there shall be no form or class of membership except active membership, and dues shall be paid annually, for multi-years or for life, and let it further be resolved that there be added to the American Legion Constitution, Article 10, Finance, Section 2.1, to state, dues paid for multiple years, but for less than life, shall be paid at the rate of the annual dues for the first year of that term, and let it further be resolved that the American Legion Constitution, Article 10, Finance, Section 4, currently codified as annual dues shall be payable October 20th of each year for the succeeding calendar year, to be amended to state that upon expiration, annual dues shall be immediately payable for the succeeding years, and further let it be resolved, and this pertains to our national bylaws, let it be resolved that the American Legion bylaws, Article 4, Section 4, discipline of post and members, be amended as follows. Brother and sister Legionnaires, this is going to sound very disruptive and everything, but this is the clearest and fastest way that I can get this across to you, so bear with me. Section 4, a member whose dues, and this is the part that's going to be stricken for the current year, it'll read, a member whose dues have not been paid on a member's renewal date, and this is on line 2, this is the next part that will be stricken, by January 1st, so that's stricken out of there. It shall be classified as delinquent. If their dues are paid within 30 days of expiration, and this is the next part that is stricken, on or before February 1st, the member shall be automatically reinstated. If the member is still delinquent 30 days after expiration, and this is what's going to be deleted, after February 1st, the member shall be suspended from all privileges. If the member is still under such suspension 120 days following expiration, Then again, this is the part that's going to be deleted, and the reason these are going to be deleted is so that they can be in conformity with the other three parts of this amendment. Their membership in the American Legion shall be forfeited. A member so suspended or whose membership has been so forfeited may be reinstated to active membership in good standing by a vote of the post and payment of current dues. And then this is going to be deleted for the year in which the reinstatement occurs. And then it'll go on. However, the post, departments, and national organization may waive these provisions hereof upon payments of dues for the year in which the reinstatement occurs, with reference to the former members who have been prevented from their payment of their dues by reason of active military service, and let it finally be resolved. The passage of the recommended amendments to the National Constitution and National Constitution and bylaws by the National Convention shall not either create or allow multi-year and or rolling memberships until they are enacted through the normal resolution process. The report of the constitutional and constitutional bylaws will be attached to this report as exhibit. The chair then asks for a motion that the chair and the secretary be permitted to sign the report to the convention on behalf of the convention members. Jeff Joyner of North Carolina made a motion, and it was seconded by Buddy Keene of Alabama, and this motion was carried unanimously. Angela Goldman of Louisiana made a motion to recess, subject to the call of the chair. The motion was seconded by Douglas Reinhardt of Pennsylvania. The motion carried unanimously. The chair then thanked the committee for the cooperation and productive meeting and declared the meeting in recess, subject to recall. Commander Paul Dillard, as a member, as a delegate of the 103rd National Convention, I ask that this report be adopted.
Have a motion to hear a second. I have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, no. The report of constitutional amendment is adopted. Thank you. The chair recognizes Ralph Bozella of Colorado, chairman of the National Convention Committee on Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation, for the purpose of making a report.
Good afternoon, American Legion Convention. Commander, VA&R never rest, and we're proud to be your final report at the convention today. On August 28th, 2022, 114 members of your Committee on Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation met at 9 a.m. at the Wisconsin Center Ballroom B, first floor. This report is respectfully submitted for your consideration. The committee was called to order by Katie Purcell, Maryland liaison representative appointed by the National Adjutant to act as temporary chairman. A quorum being present, nominations were received for permanent chairman. Ralph P. Bozella, Colorado, chairman of the National VA&R Commission, was unanimously elected as chairman of the Convention Committee on Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation. Deanna Hurlis, Wyoming, was elected as committee secretary. During their breakout sessions, the subcommittees elected William J. Smith, Pennsylvania, as chairman of the Veterans Benefit Subcommittee, K. Robert Lewis, Connecticut, as secretary. James Stanko, Colorado, as chairman of the Health Administration Subcommittee, and Kenneth Christian, Washington, as secretary. Richard Neville, North Carolina, as chairman of the National Cemetery Committee, and Jan Lipinski, Illinois, as secretary. Subcommittee liaison assignments were as follows: Katie Purcell, Maryland, Director, VA&R Division, National Convention Committee on Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation. Marty Callahan, Maryland, the Deputy Director for Claims for Veterans Benefits Subcommittee. Tiffany Ellett, Virginia, the Deputy Director for Health Policy to Health Administration Subcommittee, and Melvin Brown, Virginia, the Veterans Program Manager to the National Cemetery Subcommittee. A committee comprised of department service officers and commission members in a pre-convention meeting on August 26, 2022, screened and grouped the VA&R resolutions. A report of their action with recommendations was presented to the Convention Committee for consideration. The screening committee consisted of the convention, the screening committee conserved the time of the Convention Committee substantially. It was chaired by Ralph P. Bozzella, Colorado. The chairman of the VA&R Commission was composed of the following department service officers and commission members: James Stanko, Colorado; William J. Smith, Pennsylvania; Shane Pankinen, Iowa; Courtney Stephan, South Dakota; and James Filikowski, Wisconsin. The 19 Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation resolutions presented for consideration to this convention were referred by the Resolutions Assignment Committee. The following action on the resolutions was taken by the Convention Committee: approve or approve with Amendment 9, consolidated with resolutions approved 0, referred to the Standing Commission 4, received and recorded 4, rejected 2. A motion was made and second to authorize the chairman and secretary to sign and deliver the report on the Convention Committee's behalf. A report of action taken on 4 resolutions referred to the Standing National Veteran Affairs and Rehabilitation Commission will be made to the National Executive Committee and to the adjutant of the departments concerned. Approve resolutions or approve with amendment. Resolution number 6, subject: increase cancer screenings by the Department of Veterans Affairs, Origin, Department of California, as amended. Resolved that the American Legion urge the Department of Veterans Affairs to increase cancer screenings, including novel screenings, and be it finally resolved that the American Legion urge the Department of Veterans Affairs to add liquid biopsies for cancer screening to annual physicals for all veterans, with a preference on those with FDA approval. Resolution 9, subject: burial allowance following hospice care. Origin, Department of Michigan, as amended. Resolved that the American Legion urges legislation of both the U.S. Senate and House of Representatives to amend Title 38 United States Code to provide burial allowance for eligible veterans who die at home while in receipt of hospice care furnished by the Department of Veteran Affairs. Resolution number 11, subject: value of lay evidence. Origin, Department of Virginia. Resolved that the American Legion urges the Department of Veterans Affairs to ensure that VA rating specialists, supervisors, and managers involved in the preparation of rating decisions at VA regional offices receive appropriate directives and training so that lay evidence is accorded the same probative value when being considered at the VA regional office level that is accorded in cases decided at the Board of Veterans Appeals. Resolution number 31, subject: care in the community, eligibility for canceled appointments. Origin, Department of Minnesota. Resolved that when the Department of Veterans Affairs cancels a veteran's appointment and the next availability to be seen is outside the wait time access standard, the veteran becomes eligible for care in the community. Resolution number 32, subject: behavioral health autopsy program updates. Origin, Department of Minnesota, as amended. Resolved that the American Legion urges the Department of Veterans Affairs to amend the current Behavioral Health Autopsy Program, BHAP, form to include a section for veterans that only receive primary care services that includes questions on diagnosis, symptoms, pain management, and last clinic seen at VA healthcare systems. And be it further resolved that VA enter into agreement with local state Department of Health for sharing all state BHAP reports without charges and trends, patterns obtained by the BHAP, and be it finally resolved that this report minus personally identifiable information, PII, be made available to organizations conducting suicide prevention research to further reduce veteran suicide. Resolution number 33, subject disability rating criteria, Department of Minnesota. As amended, resolved that disability ratings should not be based on the effects of treatment, regardless of whether such treatment results in improved earning capacity, and that many veterans can only obtain gainful and substantial employment because their symptoms are mitigated through treatment and continuing oversight, but the condition is not cured. And be it further resolved that Tinnitus Diagnostic Code 6260 be retained in VA Schedule rating disability, representing a standalone condition that is consistent with several court decisions that recognize tinnitus as a standalone condition. And be it further resolved that disability ratings for mental health disorders should continue to be based on frequency, severity, and duration of symptoms, which can have serious effects on a veteran's quality of life. And be it finally resolved that VA justify in detail the appropriateness of VA rating the disability of United States veterans using the World Health Organization's criteria based on the entire world population rather than veterans who have experienced traumas and disabilities from military service. Resolution number 43, subject expedite burial eligibility verification, the Department of Texas. Resolved that the American Legion urges the Department of Defense that upon discharge, a copy of the Veterans DD 214 be transmitted to the Veterans Benefit Administration for the purpose of expeditious burial eligibility verification. Resolution number 54, subject expansion of eligibility for pension benefits from the Department of Veterans Affairs, origin Department of Ohio. Resolved that the American Legion urges Congress to expand the eligibility for wartime service for VA pension benefits to read April 6, 1917 to November 11, 1918, and December 7, 1941, to a time later to be determined by the federal government. Resolution number 64, subject codification of the Department of Veterans Affairs Solid Start Program, origin Department of Illinois. Resolved that the American Legion urges United States Department of Veterans Affairs Solid Start Program be codified into law as a permanent program for United States military veterans to ensure they have a successful transition back to civilian life. Resolutions previously approved that are to be retained as part of the legislative program of the American Legion are included on Addendum A. Without objection, the resolutions on Addendum A will not be read. There were 4 resolutions referred to the Standing Commission for Staff Study or appropriate administrative disposition. Resolution 29, Minnesota, Suicide Awareness and Preventive Training. Resolution 41, repeal the Asset and Infrastructure Review Act from New York. Resolution 49, District of Columbia, mental health services for service members, veterans, and dependents. Resolution 66, Illinois, separate the Department of Defense Veterans Affairs budget from the non-defense spending budget. Received and recorded resolutions. Resolution number 12, California, expansion of interim eligibility in national cemeteries. Resolution number 30, Minnesota, abolish the 10-year limitation rule on presumptive conditions. Resolution 35, Pennsylvania, foreign medical program eligibility. Resolution 42, Texas, unclaimed veteran remains. Rejected resolutions. Resolution 26, Michigan, hyperbaric oxygen therapy. Resolution 27, Wyoming, amend the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. This concludes the VA&R Convention Committee report, and as a duly registered delegate of this convention, I move for its acceptance.
I have a motion, a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nays. Ayes have it. Report's adopted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the adoption of the Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Report, it is time to announce the winner of the William F. Lincoln National Service Trophy. William F. Lincoln was the chairman of the American Legion National VA&R Commission from 1967 until 1988. He was a true champion for America's veterans. This trophy is awarded annually to the department that best supports and implements programs to benefit veterans, their families, and their survivors. For the 21-22 program year, the trophy is awarded to the Department of Oregon. National Adjutant, have you any announcements?
Yes, sir. Tomorrow morning, the final session of the National Convention will convene at 8:30. Since there is only the presentation of the American Legion Fourth Estate Award and some remarks about the Military Women's Memorial, I would advise you to come in expeditiously because the next order of business is the election of the National Commander. Also, the 1919 booth is still in the back. Don't miss this opportunity to give $10,000 or $5,000 so you can have your own very own ribbon to wear around your neck and support American Legion programs. They'll be open for the rest of the day. The line forms right between those two columns. Thank you. You want to get a picture? Where'd you go?
Thank you, Mr. Adjutant. Legionnaires, please join me in the salute to the flag of the United States of America on the numbers 1, 2. The time is 2:41, or I guess 14:41. The convention will stand in recess until 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.